So I probably should have had the intro tab open to make this a smooth and seamless transition, but I'm a terrible GM who doesn't pay attention. Anyway, good evening and welcome everybody to session 10 of the Ritual Cast presentation of D&D 5e Age of Shackles. I want to thank you for joining us and encourage you to ask questions in the chat if there's something you don't understand or would like to know more about. If you aren't up to date on the progress of our campaign but would like to be, you can also find all of our previous sessions here as VODs or at Doxy's YouTube channel. Feel free to sit back and relax as I take some time to give a brief recap of the highlights from our last game. Our last session began as the party started their journey from the now nature-enriched town of Black River to Kustein's Gorgon Ranch. Along the way, they saw the natural force of Esperna's dream seem to be acting as a magnet to woodland creatures of all types, and it was here that they encountered the local legend of the Bounty Buck, a creature which locals adorned with various valuable offerings throughout the year, and then hunted for his enriched, discarded antlers in the winter. A few members made offerings of their own, and it was here that they also acquired a strange yet exquisitely crafted cavalier's hat bearing the message, property of John something, please return if found. Posh claimed ownership of the discarded hat, and his newly rediscovered ability to partake in thievery was a temptation too great to bear, as he also attempted to swipe a valuable trinket from the bounty buck's antlers. Unfortunately for him, the forces of nature are ever perceptive, and such an offensive action was met by a barrage of hooves from the bounty buck before it dashed off into the woods. Not long after the meeting with the bounty buck of Black River Barony, the group was once again stalked and dogged by the vindictive Lucrata pair that had stalked them all the way from Pondfrog. The cunning creatures continued to use guerrilla ambush tactics to wear the party down, wanting to enact their own sickening vengeance against the adventurers that had wounded them nearly 2 weeks earlier. It was here that we bore witness to the first death in everything ventured, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions and significance of the member that was lost. Posh wasn't with us all too terribly long, about, 9 sessions, give or take, and he wasn't always the first to speak. But when he did, you knew you were going to hear something insightful, or at the very least have a good laugh. His lack of a need to sleep meant he could be the ever-watchful guardian of the party, lending his eyes to the safety of his companions night after night, while they were able to rest peacefully, knowing that should danger arise, Posh had their back. What the Warforged lacked in human understanding, he more than made up for in terms of genuine effort and a desire to learn more. And while the results weren't always the best, his intentions rarely strayed beyond the goal of helping those closest to him. The lesson here is never take your health for granted and know that the dice gods are impartial. May his spirit find rest with Raza or Damaro, where he might find unquestioning acceptance with those who have been guided to the afterlife by the great cosmic forge masters who first granted souls to the beings forged for war. While Posh will be missed, let us not linger on grief, as it would not have been what the chipper and dry-witted rogue would have wanted. In addition to the tragedy of death, the party also arrived at Kustein Ranch, where they were met by the chief foreman, Justinia Lafleur, hailing from the far-off region of the Lonsola oligarchy. They learned that they are being fed and housed for 2 weeks while they track down the Gorgon rustlers and bring them to justice. The ranchers also granted each of them a pair of safety masks that will provide protection from the Gorgon's petrifying breath for up to 8 hours each time. Lastly, they were informed that the ranchero in charge of the cattle drives, as well as those who typically drive the Minahoam Trail, would be returning that night and could speak with them first thing in the morning. Before we begin, is there anything that any of you, my players, feel that I may have forgotten or left out of the recap that you would like to call attention to, or would any of you like to say a few words in memory of Posh?
Val burned herself with a marking in memory of Posh. Is worth mentioning.
But he also got what he deserved for stealing.
Wow.
All right, well, fucking yikes. Never mind.
On a slightly less harsh note, we have temporarily adopted Posh's mouse friend named Friend, whom he kept in his eye socket, and he now lives in Gila's seed bag until we can find him a more appropriate home in the future.
I have a feeling Gila's going to be planting some mouse turds.
Probably. Maybe snacking on a few, depending on what she does with that seed bag.
No, plants are not for, seeds are not for snacking. They're for growing new plants.
Depends on the seed.
I was gonna say a thing and I can't remember. So never mind. Oh yeah, Hila also used one of her 2 allotted masks. That's a thing.
Did use one of her masks. Anybody? Anything else? No. All right. So, according to my notes, we were ending last session about to begin a short rest because Gesundheit, Josiah. I believe that Das was going to try to see if he could puzzle out a couple of more attempts on his scroll from an infernal spell tome.
Yes. I was going to try and do that.
Because I have 1, 2. So I have the first attempt, which was 5, and then the second attempt is 2. So this would be your third attempt.
Correct. And I got a list of words.
Well, I did give you the document today, which might give you a little bit more context.
Yes. Which
and
is awesome. Wolf provided me with like a copy of the spell, and it looks neat, and it helps.
I guess I could actually probably share that with the class. Let me actually upload that into Fantasy Grounds real quick. And then,
Ooh, yeah, I can just toss up the battle map screen.
Yeah, this.
Hi, Kika. Kika is playing the part of friend.
A cat playing a mouse. What does the world come to?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
It's okay. Dogs and cats aren't living together yet, so we're still safe.
That makes sense because all dogs are boys and all cats are girls. So.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be against my Christian values.
Only if they weren't married, right?
Exactly.
And they're not getting married in this country, that's for sure. All right. So, yeah, there's a lot to kind of check out with this scroll, which is cool.
There's also a fun little typo in there that I discovered later, but I had already merged all the layers and I don't care enough to go fix it. So
that's so fine.
Old-timey typos. They were a problem.
Well, that's the thing.
Whiteout hasn't been invented yet.
hey, infernals don't speak common. All right, it's hard.
Yeah, because this is all, of course, in Infernal. So I'm missing 1 to 4 words in that first section that's blotted out there, which are things that...
1 to 4 words in total.
Okay, so I'm missing 1 to 3 words there, maybe, and I'm assuming 1 word at the end, but that's also just my assumption. We got 1 of the words. 1 of the words was immortality. So I guess the first thing you probably want me to do is make an Arcana check, huh?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, let's start with that.
Does anybody want to read this out loud for people?
Well, we can have. I believe we could have Das read it out loud, or Josiah read it out loud.
I can do that.
But so 21 is a solid roll. But I this is what I was gonna say. Because I have given you this visual aid, I'm actually increasing the DC, so you'll get fewer attempts even for a better roll, just because you have the context.
Yeah, for sure.
Which makes it a bit easier. So you get 3 guesses.
Cool. So I guess I will read out what is legible anyways for those interested. Summon lesser humanoid. Materials required. Thatch, 1 gold piece, minted in the mat, and 1 natural iron hammer. The thatch in liquid and let it rest for 1 day before beginning. I'm assuming that says beginning. Something you must shred and cast it about yourself in the shape of a sided pentagram. I'm assuming that's going to be, say, 20-sided pentagram, but who knows?
That definitely, you should be able to see that it says TWI.
Does it say T? Oh, it does. Yeah, sorry. And then is the next word is sided, yes? I can't tell. That's okay. Some pieces to put in your mouth or mouths, to chew as you speak. I think that's a great little detail right there, because you never want to assume that the devil trying to summon someone in question only has one mouth. Of the words of the spell. At the end of each line, bang the iron hammer, careful not to touch the iron, onto the gold piece. You will know the spell is working as the gold begins to harden with each strike, taking the form of the humanoid you are summoning. Each humanoid you summon is different and will likely share some unpredictable humanoid temperament. Be prepared with a binding spell, or at the very least, some means of ensuring your humanoid can survive for longer than a few seconds in your chosen plane, lest you waste the material components. So in the actual spell portion of the scroll, we have Molding Thatch, Cooling Cinder, Element of Greed, and Nailing Tinder. Speak these words and pray take heed. With humanoids, it's best when freed. A servant short-lived, ambition unending, or... Sorry, my screen is really shitty. What is that word?
Or to coerce.
Or to course with bargain never ending. With it before you, make your demand. Bring me forth goods from your land. The material plane, distant
Drifting.
afar, drifting
Yeah.
afar. Open this portal and bear the char. With the flesh as with flesh as pink as dawn's first light. With what does it say?
Witness.
Witness. Sorry,
Yeah.
the pixels on my screen are brutal. Witness my form and do not fright. With your summon, I may bequeath upon thee the opportunity to ask for such things as immortality, XXX maybe, and pain unending. For yourself, your foes, or both patent pending, I complete this ritual and compel thy. So, one of my three guesses, I'm assuming the last word is gonna rhyme, maybe, hopefully. Either that or it's just some archdevil somewhere was trying to make a meme, which also I respect. My first guess, I'm gonna say sending.
Sending is not the next missing word.
How about lending?
Lending is also not the next missing word.
Listen to
Okay.
what he's saying, Josiah.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, that it's not the next one. I was just trying to
Okay.
skip ahead to the one that rhymed.
Okay.
I don't know. In terms of stuff that they want, let's go with. I got a banger full of words here. A banger list full of words, rather. Let's go with glory. How's that?
No, not glory.
All right.
And I'll let you have one guess free since I kind of cucked you on the you have to guess the next word.
How about concubines?
No, not concubines.
Then that's gonna wrap it up for today. You just hear in the tent, Dos going, concubines. Glory.
You would read the entire thing and then say the guest word. So glory. Nope, that didn't work. So then you read the whole thing again and try
Yeah.
concubines.
Cool. Well, those are my 3/4 guesses.
I also want to let you know that I almost I was going to copy it over to you so it'd be easier to read. But I almost copied over the version that actually has all the words there, and that would have just been.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, that's cool. All right. Well, that's what I do for the rest of my night mostly, is just mess around with this gross demon scroll.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else had anything else. Like we had kind of already converged and made our decisions. Like Val was obviously doing her thing, and then she shows up back to the group, unassuming and maybe wincing a little bit. Did anybody else have anything that they needed to address during the short rest?
I would look for plants.
Did we already do that?
I don't think so.
I don't.
Okay, then go ahead and roll nature.
Thank you. Hello? Video game? Oh, wow.
Sometimes-
Okay, cool.
Yeah, sometimes Fantasy Grounds is a little bit slow. Despite your best efforts, you are on a ranch, and pretty much anything that might be helpful has probably already been eaten or trampled or otherwise picked or rid of.
Okie dokie.
Anybody else?
That was
No?
a real stinker of a
Off to a good start. All right, so I hit the short rest button, so everybody should be getting your short rest stuff. If anybody wants to spend any hit dice, please, I hope you remember how much you spent last time, and you should be able to go through and fix that. And this is an opportunity to spend some more and heal up if you would like to.
I'm good.
All right, then without further ado, we can roll through to dawn, as you are within the protected property of the ranch itself, so nothing disturbs you in the night, and it didn't seem like anybody else had anything that they needed to take care of with any sort of import. So. Oh. With dawn's first light, you find the ranch is already bustling with activity. Despite the reduced manpower, the ring of hammer on anvil, the impatient neighing of horses, the cries of livestock, and the occasional shouts from ranchero to rancher ring clearly out across the brisk, cool autumn morning at Kustine Ranch. You barely have time to stretch and yawn before the thundering of hooves up to your modest camp near the transfer paddock signals the approach of someone with news of some sort or another. A ranchero you don't recognize, with features heavily obscured beneath a hat and bandana, looks across each of you from horseback as you emerge from your tents. The ranchero has hard violet eyes touched by wrinkles at either edge and a rose gold hue to the flesh that is visible. They are of slender build, almost feminine, but they carry themselves with a masculinity which sends an alien discomfort down the spines of each member of the group, save for perhaps Das. Seemingly having found their voice, they practically spit a short sentence that lands at your feet with a curtness not entirely unfamiliar to you all as birds. You're wanted at the gate immediately. Do not bring your arms. There's a hint of a strange accent behind the words, but you barely have time to process it before the ranchero has pulled hard on their reins and begun riding back in the direction of the main gate with some degree of haste. You sense it would be best not to linger.
Well, I just get up and pull out my dagger and throw it in the ground.
Well, I guess I should leave my wampin stick behind, and I will leave my quarterstaff.
When will people start realizing that we're doing them the favor?
As soon as the job is done for free, I suppose.
She's not wrong.
Shall
It's
we
okay.
be going?
We can still bring these weapons. She indicates her arms and starts flexing.
I start walking towards the gate.
You want to walk, because you guys do have
I
like
guess we
5
have
horses.
Yeah, I always forget about Horse Chan. Yeah, we can ride over.
So does everybody go?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Arriving back at the main gate of the ranch, there appears to be a fair bit of commotion. Justinia, the mysterious ranchero, as well as several other ranch hands are gathered around a bound, gagged, and tied individual who is struggling valiantly as an exercise in futility against the expert rope skills of the ranchers. With your arrival, Justinia turns and gives you an annoyed yet curious raising of one eyebrow, while the mysterious ranchero from earlier dismounts their horse and walks toward you with a full retinue of armed men. After removing his hat, you spot the source of the alien discomfort and strange accent, as he appears to be a high elf of considerable age, most unusual in these parts. Pulling down the bandana that covered his mouth, he fixes you each with a statement dressed as a question. The wards detected a matter of intrusion about an hour ago. This creature was the source. He claimed to be here on business related to everything ventured, which it has come to my attention is the name of your group. This is most unorthodox and highly unacceptable. First, unauthorized teleportation within the grounds is grounds for termination of your contract and report back to your organization. Second, you should know that it's not possible. It is fortunate for his sake that he did not trigger the lethal response. We are willing to overlook this transgression on the grounds that you are here by endorsement of the Baron of Black River. Were you any old birds here on a quest, it would have already been axed along with the intruder. Do you claim this attempted trespasser as your own? If not, he'll be dealt with accordingly. Regardless, a report has already been filed for the House of Justice and should be delivered in moments.
I guess we should, out of
Do-
character, should we see who it is before
Right,
we
yeah.
answer?
Do any of us recognize?
The creature on the ground is a small humanoid, roughly 3 fingers taller than a Spurna. In a bundle beside them look to be the various common effects of adventuring birds: a backpack, weaponry, sacks, and satchels. But what stands out is that each of these items appear to be in spotless mint condition, as though never worn or used before today. The creature has a sack over their heads, so in order to determine whether or not you recognize them, you would need to remove it.
Yeah, Gila would. Gila would kneel down in front of the creature and like just kind of lift up the front of the sack.
All right. You'll see, like I said, a small halfling, a little bit taller than a Spurna, and so he's gagged. But I don't think any of you. Well, actually, no. This is a question for Camus, because we had kind of discussed the possibility of it. Does anybody recognize you?
Possibly. No, actually no.
No. Okay. So the circumstances which we discussed would not have come to pass. Then it more of a private relationship.
Yep.
Okay. Totally fine.
Gila would look up at the one that was speaking and say, "Go ahead and file your complaints. If this person was sent here for everything ventured, it means that the person you're complaining to sent them." And she spits on the ground and gets back up.
I'll just kind of step in and say, there's no need to file any complaints, all right? We've heard them audibly. And I just look at Hila and I'm like, you do not want them to file any complaints? Look, we don't need to throw around words like filing things and making reports, that's, who are you? And I'll reach down my hand to try to pull the halfling up.
Yeah. Let's say that in the process of doing so, you also maybe loose his gag.
Right, there is a gag in his
Oh,
mouth.
Gila,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Gila took the gag off as she was like,
Oh,
"I'm sorry, that's my bad." She would have done it as she was
Okay.
talking to the man.
well, so so Hila takes the gag off and takes the hood off. Fine. As Doss goes down to remove the ropes to lift him up, because he's hogtied. It's not like a pick him up so he can stand up. So as you go down to kind of like remove the ropes, the ranchero is going to place like his very delicate hand on your shoulder, and just like you sense the authority of it. He's just like, you can tell through that small gesture, he's saying, you should maybe not do that.
I just look over to him. I'm like, what?
He says, are you claiming this creature?
I just look to the halfling. Just say, well, I guess that depends. Who the hell are you?
Is my gag still in, or is it out?
It's out.
It was taken out.
Okay. Fuck. I'm Posh. I'm here for Posh. Where's Posh? I need Posh. Where's Posh? I'm assuming I know.
Yes.
Dear.
No, you absolutely know, because that's how that was set up.
That's yeah. I know he's dead. I need to see him. I need to.
I'm gonna tug on Val's tabard and be like,
I got no sleeves on this shirt, so
"You have a
Well,
tabard
that's
on or something, right? Something fabric. I can fine.
Something
I can
tuggable.
tap
Knock
your
on your
breastplate if
greaves.
you'd like." Fine. I would try to get Val's attention and be like, "Could he be from the House of Justice, come to claim the body?"
It's a great question.
Unusual.
He would
What's
just
his
look at him
motivation?
and say, "Are you?"
Camus, don't forget to choose your character so your portrait appears and
Oh
stuff.
yeah, true. Okay, so here we go. Hello.
Do I notice, or do we notice any house symbols on this individual? That's a great question.
Do you bear a mark of your house anywhere? You know what? There would probably be something in your among your equipment, but I'm
I
also
have
curious.
like a-
Do you have anything on your person?
I'd probably have one of my pouches would have a leather engraving of the House of Magic.
I do. Upon noticing that, like leaning down, I actually just lean back up and take a step back. I'm like, actually, you know what? I don't think we know this person at all.
Wait, what?
He's with us.
I need to see him. I need to. Please.
Justinian says, this is most unorthodox, but I think our issue here is complete. The birds have claimed the trespasser, which would, as I'm sure you know, Han, make him not a trespasser. So I will return to my work, and you will do the same. I bid you good morning, Teresa. And she's going to peace out, along with a small retinue of, like 3, I think? 1, 2, no, 4. A small retinue of 4 people travel with Justinia. 4 people that you didn't see yesterday. And then the man that she just called Han is also going to just kind of briskly and brusquely walk past you all and go about his business.
He was gonna bite the rope.
Yeah, am I still bound?
I mean, yes, but it's being chewed on, so
Okay.
You're now bound by wet rope.
yeah. So Esperna was saying something to Val, I believe.
Yeah, I was trying to ask Val if he was from the House of Justice come to claim the body, and then she said that it was unlikely. So with that in mind, and not wanting to see a fellow halfling treated thusly, I'd probably ask one of our stronger members to maybe get him on one of the horses so we can go back to where our daggers are and cut the ropes off.
You could also just untie them.
Swings her head to look at you, and it like swings him forward.
Just rope in your mouth.
Yeah, that bite strength. I should also point out that there might be like just a niggling feeling in the back of your mind of familiarity between Esperna and this mysterious halfling.
I suddenly feel very protective.
Well, while that's happening, I'm gonna lean over to Val just like super casually, but not casually, and just be like, look, I don't know about this guy, alright? Like, I don't know what kind of interactions you've had with those people, but people from the House of Magic tend to be a little reckless when it comes to certain affairs and how they kind of wield things. So all I'm saying, just keep an eye on this individual.
I
Or
would
maybe
have
both
thought
eyes.
person like you with recent history would not be so judgmental with other people.
Look,
Called out.
I'm not judgmental with people, but
You just
they.
called them those people.
All right, you got me there. All I'm saying is just watch them, okay? You know what? I have a demon flesh scroll that I should be studying right now, and this is distracting me. But seriously,
I have
he's
my
small,
own
but that doesn't mean he
concerns.
isn't dangerous.
Posh
Can I hear this?
I mean, make a perception check.
Sure.
You're busy getting gnawed on over there.
I'm trying to bite through the ropes.
Yeah, you could just untie them with your hands.
Muscle fingers do not do precise work. Except for with
I
flails.
try to untie the ropes?
If you want to risk her teeth, then yeah.
I'm fairly certain she won't bite
You
me.
might lose a finger.
I mean, I'm not even asking for it's just hogtied. You just unwrap the damn thing.
Listen, we weren't allowed to bring our fucking axes.
Probably because they knew you'd try to cut the valuable rope.
They left the valuable rope with us!
Little did they know that Gila has axes in her mouth.
Yeah.
They're just very
Exactly.
small.
Exactly. Anyway,
Yeah,
she's
let's
like
say
trying to bite through the rope.
at some point Esperna's gonna get in the way and unwrap this poor man so that he is free.
While I do so, I would like to just say, hang tight there, please. Why don't you start with your name, friend?
It's been a very tough days. Hello, my name's Grim. It's gonna be because I'm bound, so I'm just like, hi, I'm Grim. I'm a friend of Posh. There's a whole thing. I just need to see him, please.
Grim, does that come with a surname?
Look, let's just get this out the way, and then we'll do the whole name thing. If you don't, it's been a day, please.
Fine.
He knows of Posh. He speaks of Posh as a person and not as a machine. I trust.
Very well. This is Gila. I'm Espy. Over there, you've got Das and Val.
I would like to say it's a pleasure, but honestly, right now, maybe not.
Well, we are also Posh's friends, and we will know if you mean him harm.
At that, he relaxes a little bit. You can see him kind of untense a bit.
All right, so can I assume that we have managed to unhog tie him at this point?
Yeah, he's untied.
All right, I'll help him to his feet, and then I'll see that he's taller than me, and I'll make a grumpy face and just like turn around and start walking off.
Hila will pat him on the head and follow his friend.
That's not the first time. It won't be the last.
As Esperna's walking away, I'll catch up with you and just say, by the way, that chunk of wood that we found, I was wondering if it would be possible for you to fashion it maybe into some type of ring or something I could easily wear.
You're gonna see her kind of light up a little bit when you say that. It's like, fashion, you say?
Found,
Perhaps.
you say.
Those are both things I said. You are correct.
I could probably carve something, but I would warn you that, or rather, I would wonder whether or not that wouldn't take away some of its value. I mean, such a large piece of the wizard wood tree. I mean, wouldn't you want to leave it whole? I mean, I don't really know how
That's a
it
really
works for
solid
you
question.
wizards.
Will I know how that works?
you know that it will, like, the bark itself is what maintains the property as long as you have a majority piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
Based off the size of it, she could probably craft it into some sort of like medallion for an amulet.
Cool. I say that verbatim.
Well,
As long as you're able to maintain the integrity of the bark itself, much of the wood underneath is inconsequential.
Well, I'll do my best for you. I mean, it was one of the last gifts we received from our friend. It's only right that we try to make something nice out of it.
Indeed.
All right, I guess we can ride the horses back to the wagon where we're keeping Posh. I wouldn't I would probably not offer for this strange halfling to ride any of the horses, but I wouldn't ride fast. It's just like a slow pace so that he can keep up.
Also, you guys should not be ready checking yet because there's a whole conversation with Camus's character that I'm expecting you guys to have. This ready check is when you're done speaking with him.
I thought this was for the go back to camp finally.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's
Oh,
quiet. by the way.
nobody
He's-
wants to talk to him.
I would actually, seeing him walk on the ground, I would feel really bad and offer him a seat on my horse. Sorry, SB.
It's cool.
He wouldn't take it. He's gonna say, I appreciate that. I do. I really do. You have to excuse me if I don't seem friendly right now. It's just there's a lot going on. That's all.
Understood.
Well, we've got part of your name and part of the reason why you're here. How did you get here? Why would you think that trying to teleport into this place was a good idea?
Well, it's not really it's a long story. It's a very long story. I don't feel comfortable right now giving you my whole life story. What I will tell you is that Posh was a very dear friend of mine, and I knew him more than anyone else, and he knew me more than anyone else. And here I am.
I'm willing to believe you based on the fact that you know that he is dead. And he died less than 3 days ago.
Indeed.
And we have not been to town since. So my next question is how do you know?
I understand your trepidation for trust. I do. You said that Posh was your friend. He is also mine.
If you're his friend, what did he keep in his eye socket?
A fucking mouse. He kept a mouse friend.
Okay. I think he's cool, guys. I think he might actually be who he says he is.
Hila would remove the pouch and pull friend out and see how friend reacted.
Very squeaky, angry mouse at being removed from its pouch.
I would try to console him a little, like pet him.
Yeah, make an animal handling check and
Oh,
see if you can calm
fuck.
the mouse.
Okay.
The mouse is used to being handled, and it's used to being handled by like robotic hands. I want to say like somebody who maybe lacked a little bit of human empathy. So even Hila's attempt is a bit warmer, quite literally. So yeah, the friend would probably calm down a bit. But at the end of the day, he's a mouse, and so he doesn't really have any sort of reaction towards Grim.
Okay. I would also gauge Grim's reaction to seeing friend.
Grim do you show Grim the mouse, or are you just
Yeah.
get friend out? Yeah, Grim just goes, yeah, that's friend. I'm glad he's alive. That's something at least.
And she's gonna kind of side eye you while she stuffs friend back in her pouch. And she's gonna put her eyes back forward on the road.
So, Grim, why come all this way to see Posh after he's dead?
Let's say that by this point, you guys have made it back to camp in the wagon.
Why do you need to see him so badly now?
It's
Anyone wanna
again,
play
it's a
Dungeons
long
and
story
Dragons
that
for
I
the
don't
next
feel.
quadrillion years?
And no offense, I need to explain to someone I've just met. But just know that this is a thing that we both planned out. If he ever died before his time, or if I ever died before my time, we both knew where to find each other.
I'll take an intelligence check from everybody except for Grim. Das and Val would be familiar with the concept of a dead man's pact, which is basically what he's describing.
You are
Mechanically-
making large demands for someone who is not being, let's say, forthcoming.
I understand that. All I ask is to see Posh. That's all I ask.
You do know that he belongs to House of Justice.
I do understand that. I just need to see him before whatever it is your house does with the dead. Part of my agreement both ways is that if he had unfinished business, I would help him, and I guess by extension, I assume, help you with whatever it was he was doing that led to his death.
So you've come to take his place with us then for this mission. That's
I'm
what
gonna go
I'm
that far.
hearing.
He does grin a little bit at that. I wouldn't say that. I would say that I'm here to honor his memory for a short while, and then I'll go about my business. I will leave, and this is done. You can go back to your life, and I can go back to my life.
Hilo will lift up one of your wrists and drop it and say, "What are your skills in combat?" She probably
So-
lifts you off of the ground a little bit, even.
He thinks to fight back at this, but seeing you and your size and your obvious muscles, he knows it's not a good idea. You do notice that he's covered in tattoos. He's covered in runic tattoos, sigils, just full face, hands. Just if you can see skin, there's tattoos. He says, my combat skills, I will admit, they're not that practiced or experienced as you birds. I am not one of you. I have no wish to take up this profession, but I do have a set of skills that I have found have come in handy in combat and outside of combat. Much like Posh, but not quite.
Your lack of experience was evident. Your equipment has barely seen sun.
Also, you got
That's-
hogtied.
Again, he does laugh at it. He's trying so hard not to, but he does. I didn't know where I was going. All I knew is that Posh was here. I don't even know where here is. I assume there's some kind of magical fandangling going about. I don't know. And that's how I got hogtied.
Sidebar, out of character. Now that we're back at camp, are we gonna lift the blanket and let him look at the body?
I would.
I also vote yes. What do Val and Das think?
Well, I mean, they don't, out of character, Val and Das don't think. So if Esperna in character goes to lift the blanket, then Val and Das can have a think. Because you guys aren't psychic and cannot communicate telepathically.
Fine. I'm going to move up into the wagon and make it very clear that I'm going to lift the blanket. So if anybody has any objections, now's the time.
We shall allow
sorry,
you
Posh.
some time.
Grim goes. He's not listening to anyone. He sees Esperna lift it, and then he just.
I'm gonna
beelines straight
grab him by
for
the back of the collar.
Okay, so this is not PvP, but because this
No.
is an opportunity for him to show what his character can do, I would like opposed athletics and acrobatics checks, please. Or you can also do athletics if you would like. Him. So you reach out to grab him by the back of the collar, and like just very cat-like in his he just ducks and he's not there where you reached. Now, let's not say that he continues beelining, because obviously she did try to stop you. So you might have, you might have ducked the grapple or ducked the grab and then stopped and turned around and given her a look like, yes.
Yeah. It's just what do you need from me to say that I am his friend, that I know him, that
Straightforward
I love him?
answers. You said see, you did not say touch.
I didn't think about touching my dead best friend's corpse, but I would like to see him.
Understand that he is my charge. He must be brought back to house.
I understand, and you may not know me. I'm assuming you're Valentina. You are, Posh. I understand. And I can gather that you're trying to do the best by him, but I just really need to see him right now. You have had a chance to mourn him. I have not.
Do what you must, but understand that all of us are watching.
Thank you.
All right, so, Grim, you have access to the body under the watchful eye of the 4 members of Everything Ventured.
Just kneels down next to the body, puts his hand on the chest of Posh, and just cries, full on ugly face, just cries. And I don't know, what was that? That would be 5 to 10 minutes just crying. Once that's done, he'll sit for a bit again, and he would. Is it in a tent or in the wagon where Posh is?
He's in the wagon.
In the wagon, okay. He'll jump out of the wagon and just head down, not make any eye contact with any of the people around him, just walk away. Just off into the short distance, not leave for it.
I would follow after you for a second and tap you on the shoulder.
Hmm.
And then I'd reach into the pouch, grab friend, and hand friend to you.
He would take friend. He would take him. Grim would look slightly confused and then realize what you were trying to do, and then take friend and just walk away for a bit.
I'm gonna recover the body. I'm gonna hop down and talk to Val again and be like, well, I mean, he came all this way. If he's Posh's friend, I'm hoping that maybe he can help us out in Posh's stead for this mission, but what's the feeling you get on him?
Before you answer, Val, and again, Das would also have this understanding. If he has a Dead Man's Pact, he's likely bound by Gaish to fulfill whatever the obligation of the Dead Man's Pact is.
I do not suppose he has much choice, but you watched that, right? That was like 10 minutes. It was very awkward.
I mean, that's standard issue halfling mourning. That's not awkward for me.
I suppose I handle my business differently.
In Tomina society, we mourn for weeks.
That seems like waste of time.
Some of us don't have lives that are that long.
We just send a cow.
Oh, we can't send a cow.
Metal cows.
In our next town, we should see if we can find a little Tinker Toy metal cow to keep with us. We absolutely should. It's like a little toy.
I do not know what the limits are on his agreement that he made, but it may be case that we are, let's call it, stuck together for some time.
Well, I'd still like a few answers out of him. I'm hoping that this show of our trust in him, maybe he'll open up a little bit more to us.
Esperna,
Hmm?
if it were you under that blanket and me that lifted it, I would not want to chase cows.
Well, I'm not gonna get choked up about that. I'm not gonna get choked up about that. She starts like turns away. Well, I think you're right, Gila. I think that maybe his closed nature is more due to grief than a reclusive personality.
Could be both. Just saying.
We cannot draw any conclusions just yet, but perhaps we give him a day before we try.
So, did he leave his stuff like around here at our camp? Or is he
Grim?
just carrying all? Yeah, or is he just carrying all of his stuff?
I would have it on me, wouldn't I?
If you wanted.
Like- My backpack, like everything that I have. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't think to drop my backpack and then go see Posh. It'd just be with me.
I guess the question now is do we wait for him to wander back over to us to keep chatting, or do we go about our business? With the expectation that he's not gonna leave.
I have conclusions to draw, and then I'm just gonna go back to my tent and turn in for the night.
But
What's the
it's daytime.
It's
It's
morning.
just like, yeah.
Oh, I thought
It's
this
like-
was happening like
No, this
in
is
the
like
middle of the
morning. We
night.
got shit to do.
Well, I'm still gonna do that. I'm just not gonna go trance.
Yeah, that first sentence started with Dawn's first light.
Yeah, I somehow missed that. Okay.
I'd say just to after some time,
Hmm.
some composure, Grim would come back to the group, find, I'd say, Esperna, just because that's who seems the most friendly right now.
You can see eye to eye.
God damn it, yes, we can see eye to eye. And just say, right, I've grieved. What are you doing? I'm here to do whatever Posh was here to do.
You might just to put it in terms of a mechanical understanding, the Dead Man's Pact has you bound by magical gauge to fulfill whatever his last obligation was.
Okay. Would I know what that obligation is, or just
No,
I know
no.
that-
So this is the opportunity for you to ask them and find out,
Okay.
and or even explain your Dead Man's Pact to them.
If it's asked of me, I would.
Sure.
So yeah, just what's the plan? What are we doing? What's going on here?
We have to
Well-
chase cows.
Chasing Posh died. Chasing cows. Great.
Posh died
Right.
to Lucrata.
That's better. I don't get this profession that you do.
We got the
But,
bastards.
okay. Well, actually, that means a lot. Wow. Okay. Thank you. I have to apologize again. I do have to say, if I seemed irate or distraught, obvious reasons, I'm sure you can understand.
Well,
Ask me anything you need to ask. Open book.
we can understand. We've had a day or two to compose ourselves for this. So, why don't we start with a proper, less strained introduction? I
Mm.
am a Espernabeavor. And you are?
As Grim is saying his name, you see something in his eye, in his thinking, that Esperna's name means something, but he's not quite sure.
Like a hint of
Um,
recognition.
Yeah.
Well,
There's-
the Beowar name is famous, so
Yeah.
like everybody in Ornhala knows that name.
My name is Grim. Grimaldo Grimaldi is my name.
Grimaldi.
It's my
Grimaldi.
mother's maiden name.
Look and see if anybody would have the appropriate proficiency to know who that is. Not Das. Esperna, you get to for backstory related reasons. Val might know that name. Hila would not.
On brand.
So Val, you can actually make. I'm going to ask for an intelligence smithing check.
Well,
Well,
when he
like,
says
in
his
that-
name,
that-
you're gonna see
nope.
a
Not
brief
plus
note.
6, plus 0.
Okay.
When you go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you would go ahead and make your check as well, yours can just be at a standard intelligence check at advantage.
Me?
Yes.
Standard intelligence check.
Yeah, but with advantage.
Advantage. Yes! Nailed it!
All right. Well,
Oh,
I think
yes,
we.
mine should
Nailed it,
be-
y'all.
Mine should
Okay.
be 16, not 14, because proficiency wasn't added there.
Okay. So with the 16, Val, you would recognize the Grimaldi family name. They are basically some of the best fine like tinkering crafters in Minaholm, like Minaholm proper. If you need anything done for like locksmithing or like mechano magic or anything clockwork, that's the family that does it.
Well, wouldn't I still recognize the name because of backstory reasons?
Yeah. I mean, if you
just a vague sense that I know it from somewhere.
yeah, no, like that's totally fine. I just like you. I don't know how directly connected you guys are through backstory, so I didn't want to volunteer anything there, but not like direct recognition.
So I would say Grimaldi. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before.
I've definitely heard your name. Bellable.
You
Wow,
know,
that's,
tell me something I don't know.
who's your?
Actually,
your-
I feel like
Are
just
we?
gonna keep pointing at each other a little bit, just like doing.
You're-
Just like, do
you're-
you? You're.
Your father? No, you're. Are we related?
I don't have anybody that I know Grimaldi.
I know. I had someone passed away. But a long time ago. Possibly.
What? I have a lot of dead relatives, but that's just because I have a lot of relatives.
I'm just spitballing. I'm just trying to
Are you
figure
from?
this out.
Oh, are you from Prospera?
I'm not me.
Yeah, the
But-
Grimaldis, they go. There's somebody
I
in
think-
Prospera that knows them.
From I myself am from Minahoam. That's where my current family is. So, maybe?
Ah, well, I suppose that's no good. I'm from Paterada.
Paterada.
I mean, I know the Bellavors are all over the place, but that's
I mean,
me.
did you? Okay.
Surely you've passed through Paterada. I mean, you'd want to go to our family bakery, surely.
Even though I know your reputation, my life confines me more north.
This
And
might
around.
actually be the very first time you've ever left the city.
Yeah, well,
And I'll let you decide that, but like it would
Yeah.
totally be in character for that to be the case.
Currently, it's been a long while. Anyway,
Well, if you ever do find yourself in Paterada, you should ask around for my cousin Tomas, because he can take you on the best tour. He's the fastest talker and he's got the longest legs, so he can get you around anywhere.
you say Tomas?
Yeah, Tomas Bellavor, my cousin. Well,
Huh.
one of my cousins anyway.
Tomas. That. I'm assuming there's not a lot of Tomases around. Bellavor as
There are
well.
a lot of Bellavors around.
My family, there's a lot going on in my family, and your face and your name is very familiar. We very well could be related.
I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna think about it. Hila, what do you think? Do you think he looks familiar?
No. He does look like you, though.
Hell.
Just covered in tattoos.
Well,
When
you
she
know,
looks
we're
at you
very...
and whispers a little bit too loud, not as pretty.
Aw, thank you. Well, I can see that you're not a Bellavor, but we're
No.
gonna figure it out.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll
If you
figure it out.
two begin listing off every member of family, we shall be here for 3 weeks. We must get on with business.
But I can list every member in, well, not every member in my family, but most members in my family, I can list them.
Then you can do list as we move.
Around this time, I'm gonna just pull back the curtains, like doorway curtains. I don't know what the proper term is. The door to my
Flap.
tent.
The flap?
Yeah, the flap. That's the word I was looking for. The old curtain flap. And just like look out and specifically be looking at our new companion here.
Yeah, there's nothing on him that's gonna light. Well, I mean his tattoos, but
Interesting.
Do I catch Das looking at me?
oh yeah, totally. I mean he's like staring at you. There's nothing subtle about this.
Also, my eyes are glowing.
Grim is just like, hey man, what?
What's up with those tattoos you have there? I'm curious.
They're just fucking cool, man. I don't know.
What's this
What's up
one
with your
mean?
glowing eyes?
Cool indeed. They're just cool, you know. Uh,
Okay, all right.
Hila, what's up with those axes?
They're just cool. They're just cool. She's like slapping her knee.
Greetings. It's
We should probably go
Pleasure to meet
speak
you.
with our host.
Does anybody want to explain to Grim what is actually going on since he's asked, and then it turned into a 15-minute family tree discussion?
Yeah, we probably should do
Hila
that.
feels like she did a very good job of explaining what's going on.
Sure, yeah.
Chasing cows.
Like we kind of we hit a really big segue at the point where we had determined that Posh did not die chasing cows but was killed by Lucrata, but nobody properly explained in a way that a normal human being would understand what you're doing.
Well, since they took so long, I would have donned my armor in that
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
So now that we got that out of the way, I suppose for the time being, we would, or rather, I would explain to Grim that we are here to find who is presumably stealing cattle from the ranch, and we'll explain how they went missing during there was an attack on the last drive 2 weeks ago. Yada yada, fill in the details, and that we were on our way here to the ranch to speak with the rancheros and the ranch owner to get more details before we go out, hunting these attackers. When we were attacked by the Lucrata, Posh was killed. More details. There you go.
Cool. I feel like I'm more informed than I was before. Thank you. I feel like there's going to be a lot of having to talk. I'm just here to do my part, and then I'm out.
That does
Great.
bring up important question. There will most likely be combat. I believe we need to have understanding of what you are capable of.
Do you want a demonstration? How does this work? I've never had to audition for a fight before.
I draw my sword.
Ooh.
I believe the term is sparring.
Hila's eyes light up at the word sparring. I will fight.
You will kill him. You sit this one out.
She's gonna kill me? What? Are you gonna kill me?
I won't
How
kill
does this
you. You
work?
have friend.
They're not gonna kill you.
Look, at some point, someone's probably gonna kill somebody, but no
What
one's
the-
killing anybody right now, right here.
Are you gonna kill somebody, Doc?
I did not say that. All
What
I'm
is
saying
wrong with you
Somebody's
people?
gonna do it.
is a lot of people get killed in this lifestyle.
Hila
Yeah.
pushes on Grim's chest and is just like, spar?
Oh, no. God, no. I don't want that. You would kill me. Look at me.
You have friend, I won't hurt you. Spar?
Look, all they need to know is what's your deal? Do you cast magic? Do you shoot things with a crossbow, perhaps? Or maybe your preferred weapon of choice is a shiv in the neck. What should we expect from you?
His is
Is it
too
all-
many words.
Hila's gonna, or excuse me, I'm gonna go over to the tent and I'm gonna grab my quarterstaff and be like, "Wampin stick!"
Oh, God.
She has a whomping stick.
Okay, if it makes you feel better, I have this. And he pulls out I know the name, I always fucking forget it. A Kusarigama.
Kusarigama.
Kusarigama. There we go.
Is that a
you know
sword?
that
So that is a Kusarigama is a sickle with a chain on the base of it, and at the end of the chain is a big heavy weight.
Hey! And then Hila kind of like jiggles her hips and you can see her flails like bopping about.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
gonna
It's
look at it.
like a cousin to a flail.
I'm gonna look at it and be like, "That looks complicated." I'm just gonna take a step back.
It's Actually, this is quite embarrassing. This is my first time using this one. Brand new. It's I hope it does well.
Hot off the forge. I mean, I don't know what you guys want to do in terms of sparring. You can illustrate that yourselves. I don't think really we need to see any mechanics here unless you expressly want to. So you know,
When
the mat. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say when he pulls out that weapon and just like I don't know melee combat very well, but just what I know about that. And I just look to Gila and I'm like, you do not want to spar with this man.
I still fully intend to spar.
Oh god.
Gila definitely does not listen to Das and still wants to spar for sure.
I am going to stand back and let them have at it, as I always do when people want to spar.
Yeah. When you'll notice that Doss is standing noticeably like 10 feet behind where you're standing.
So, is this a 2-on-1 kind of deal?
Golly,
how do we
no,
do
Pick one.
this? Oh, the
These
big
ladies
lady
are gonna
or
kick your ass.
the other big lady? Oh my god, how do I pick between which lady kicks my ass? Ooh, please help me.
I would pick the nice lady, Gila, and not the lady that doesn't like you because you're a stranger.
Gila pulls out her flails and starts like twirling them.
Oh my god.
I would pick Val.
On that suggestion, I am picking Healer.
Yes.
Correct choice.
Well,
God.
Grim, you have the initiative.
Cool. Okay, let me just figure. This is so okay.
I gotta cue up battle music for this. This is awesome.
Okay.
Okay, we're in we're in combat. I'm in combat.
Yep.
Okay. Right. I'm going to move perpendicular to Healer.
Mm-hmm.
Get up my nice, beautiful weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And with 10 foot of reach, hit her with a...
Well, attempt to hit her, right?
Yeah, the tip, the bludgeoning tip of my weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, so the weighted end. Got it.
Yeah. Do I...
Make an attack roll.
Okay, yep.
It is a hit.
And also...
So you can roll... I see what her wounds are, so you can roll damage.
Okay.
Because I understand that you're doing subdual damage.
Okay, yeah. Would the booming blade, would that be a hit on with the bludgeoning or no?
Oh, you can't booming blade from 10 feet away. It's 5 feet only, remember? We talked, and also since you're using the weight, you're holding it in two hands, you can't cast a spell anyway.
Yes.
Anyone want to play Dungeons and Dragons?
Also, aren't we using non-lethal damage? Just
Yes.
throwing
This
it out
this
there?
yeah.
This is bludgeon. I just wanted to show off what I could do.
I won't let you die, Gila.
Well, so
God.
that actually would have done one additional because the weapon is masterwork.
Yes.
So basically, he says you, and in the process of pointing to you, he flicks the chain into his other hand, spins it around a couple times, flicks it out, and it just whaps Gila right in the forehead.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, blood sprays off her face and she starts laughing. And she charges at you.
Oh god. Oh my god.
And she's holding onto the spiky ball end of her flail so that she's hitting you just with the handles. And let's give that a... Oh, that's a definite miss.
Yeah, he nimbly ducks beneath your swing.
What the
And
fuck?
And
spikes her.
hops over the second one.
What the fuck?
You should
think-
also be aware that as a barbarian, you do have reckless swings, which gives you advantage on your attacks.
I
With
do.
the,
I know about reckless. I don't like it typically, so I
Oh.
like forget about it. But you're right. I should be using it when I'm just
Reckless?
sparring.
Oh, you should use it all the time, forever. You're a
Yes.
barbarian. Like the disadvantage on getting hit is whatever compared to having advantage on the attack.
Just for free.
Yeah, especially if you're dual wielding.
Okay.
It's so good. Like all these misses, most of those like get turned into hits.
That one wouldn't have because an 89.
No, that's true.
But
That
you'd also still have a second attack.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I mean, I'm glad
But-
you didn't.
yes, but the point being that he gets his shot in, and obviously he manages to matrix your first swing, and then a little bit of a skip it over the second one. So just in the sake of interest of maintaining time, let's say that you both prove yourselves to be able combatants. Maybe Grim gets a little bit of the upper hand through the sake of just kind of. Also, Doxy Gila does have inspiration still, so you could have used that. But anyway, yeah, kind of a waste on his bar. But let's say that he surprises those who are viewing the combat.
Excellent. And
Well-
Gila will run her hand over her fresh forehead wound and go to shake your hand with her bloody hand with like a huge
God.
beaming smile on her face.
This is weird, but I'm kind of into this.
I will call you temporary, brother.
Thank you, I think.
I'm gonna yell out, that's a compliment!
Ah.
That's from permanent, brother.
I'm gonna sigh something about pandemics being avoided by not swapping blood with someone else.
All right. So, in the interest of moving along, I feel like we've had our little bonding moment. He's proved that he's at least somewhat capable in combat. There's a bit of mutual respect and bonding going on. Grim's kind of learning to the extent of what an adventuring might be, other than what he's heard from Posh. And I think getting a move on would be handy. So, what do you guys want to do? What is the direction you're wanting to head in?
Gila would not want to go with you to speak with polite company. She would have no problem inquiring about the location of the attack with the ranch hands.
The Ronchons.
Yeah, I almost said ranchons. The
Coming
ranchons.
Oh my god. Coming from an earthy family, I would also go with Gila to speak with the ranch hands to try to gather more information.
Okay. Val, Grim, Das, intentions?
I'm going wherever Val and Das aren't.
Ugh.
Okay.
Why?
Because they're fucking scary.
And we're the only two that
Glowing
have been
boy wants
actually
me for some
nice
reason.
to him.
Mm.
Yeah. And blonde lady wanted to fucking kill me.
I didn't want to kill you.
It was
I just wanted
implied.
to make you
It was
bleed a
implied.
little bit.
So I believe Das and I were going to go to the main house.
Mhm.
Okay.
And try to basically organize some type of sit down luncheon tea meeting with our hostess, kind of leveraging the fact that she seemed very interested in Val's origins, and also the fact that I literally have noble title,
Mhm.
using that background
Sure.
feature that never comes up, to basically try to finagle a sit down with her.
Yeah, no, I got you. I just wanted to make sure I knew what the plan was. So as Val and Das approached the main house,
Can we do
one
rancheros first because I really got to go to the bathroom.
Same.
sure we can.
Oh, this worked out so well.
So then, as Gila, Esperna, and Grim go to meet with the rancheros, I want to know: do you guys want to ask to meet with like the boss, or do you want to try and just talk to the laborers?
Gila would not have thought that far ahead, so unless Esperna or Grim bring it up, she's just gonna start walking up to workers.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we spoke to Justinia yesterday, she said that there was only one ranchero that came back from the original attack 2 weeks ago, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that he was not there when we arrived, but would be by the morning because he was coming back that night. So I'd like to talk to him specifically, and then I guess there's value in talking also to his peers because he might tell them stuff that he wouldn't necessarily tell the boss, but it's also probably worth talking to the boss. Try to get a little buddy and because maybe he would have more information from the big house that the rancheros wouldn't have.
Okay.
So it's all three. It's all of it. Let's talk to everybody.
Okay. So, in your attempt to find out which of the rancheros it is that you were trying to get a hold of, you're eventually directed to Han, and everybody says you'll need to talk to the boss, and so that's who you're going to end up needing to speak with first, because that's every ranchero is like, talk to Han. Talk to Han, talk to Han, talk to Han. And so you will come to learn that Han is indeed the elf from this morning. And as you approach him, he'll kind of grunt, a greeting and say, I expected that this would, that I'd see you a little bit sooner. But you're welcome to speak with me as I work. So just keep pace. And he's going to be attending to various tasks on the ranch while you speak to him.
Okay.
Tell him that I broke my mask. And I need another one.
I would probably start by saying thank you for fetching us this morning. The halfling, it turns out, is with us. He's a cousin of mine.
Maybe.
He'll just arch an eyebrow at you, say,
Also,
okay.
we're gonna need some more masks. Well, for two more for my cousin, and one more because one of the ones we were given broke by mistake. We broke the seal by accident.
These aren't cheap. You understand that.
Yes, we understand.
And given my familiarity with how your guild works, you are often all too happy to bill in itemized fashion for everything that's provided. So let's just say that we'll be returning the favor. The two were granted to you, each of you, as a courtesy. So each additional will cost you.
How much cost are we talking?
Oh, I'm sure that we can work that out with the guild.
Fine. Better that than another dead companion.
I'll have them delivered.
Thank you. Next, in speaking with Ms. Justinia yesterday, she said that we might talk to the survivor of the attack from 2 weeks ago.
That would be Lufta.
Lufta. And where might we find him? Her? Him?
Him. And this time of day, I imagine he's getting the next meal ready. You can find him at the ranch hand's house.
He's the cook?
Sometimes. The rancheros rotate in their duties.
Sorry, I'm just taking some notes. Can you tell us anything specific about like how long were they gone? Like after they left, how many days did it take for them to return after the attack?
Well, the drive left and was expected to take 4 or 5 days. We saw them come back about a week later. So when they came back short-handed and in the condition they were in, it was a bit of a surprise to us. We were expecting, well, they shouldn't have been back so soon.
And they were driving the cattle to Menahome?
That's correct.
And our understanding is that they were attacked by some kind of beast woman or people.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not sure. We don't the information's so vague that we get from the guild. Only rumors, really.
Rumors are meaningless then.
Which is why I'm asking.
You didn't give me any details.
Who attacked them?
I
What
don't
did
know.
they say?
Isn't that your job?
Our
Then
job
we'll
would be
have to-
easier if we knew what you knew.
Well,
That's
I
all.
don't know what you need to know.
Anything and everything regarding the attack.
Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of time. How about ask me specific questions? I will give you specific answers.
How many cattle have you lost this season?
Are you asking in terms of abnormality or the total number lost?
Abnormality.
About 100 head.
How many do you usually lose a season? The normal losses due to death or sickness or whatever.
Well, around this time of year, we would have expected to lose, well, around 100, so we've nearly doubled that.
So, are these attacks consistent? Do they happen every drive to Menahome, or how often do they come for the cattle?
This season, we've only made one drive to Menahome.
And it resulted in the attack of which we speak.
That's correct.
Is there a reason that you've only made the one drive?
That's the only order we've had from the royal family.
Grim would like to see if this person's being truthful. Trying to pick up his little...
Yeah, make
Tell.
an insight check. You can tell he's annoyed. And, like, it doesn't look like he's putting in the effort to lie.
Okay.
How many orders do you typically or would you have expected to receive from the royal family this year?
Is this relevant in any way to your investigation?
Well, I just wonder why you'd only have one order.
That was a yes or no question.
Yes, it's relevant.
One season, one order is typically the norm. We will be needing to make a replacement drive here soon, so this will be a second to Menahome. Granted, there are more than one, there's more than one noble family in Menahome, so I expect that we might make 2 or 3 more drives this season. But by this time of year, most people are done.
We were told that there was some difficulty hiring hands-on this year, and that the drive was short-handed because of it. How many rancheros in total left?
For this drive, there were 3. Well, technically 4 if you count Lufta.
With such an important drive to men a home for the royal family, surely, or rather, why not spare a couple extra, even if there was difficulty?
If I had the men to spare, I would send them. The ranch always struggles at this time of year. With the increased activity of the Lucrata, it's no surprise there are so few hands willing to work. Justinia, as well, has foolishly suggested once again that Kustine rent or purchase some warforged to work the ranch, but, well, that's just not the way the ranch works.
Why not?
Kustine has always preferred to hire flesh and blood workers. Him, his father before him, so on and so forth, for as long as I've been a part of this ranch.
So do they not trust the warforged? Because you would think that, a being that can't be turned to stone.
Oh, they can be petrified. And besides, why let a machine do a job when there might be a man or a woman with a hungry mouth to feed?
Mm.
I would look at Esperna and cast her a glance that says, I don't like it. Also, you might be reading a little bit of I want to hit things now.
Both are duly noted with the weight that they deserve.
As your GM, I'm going to ask you about, like, you had brought up the source of the attack, but you abandoned it when he asked you for clarification. Is that intentional? Or did you just get flustered?
Well, now I'm flustered. Okay. So I guess we would press the questions again about the source of the attack. Does he know who attacked the rancheros?
No.
What were you told about it, though?
That they were attacked.
They didn't tell you who or what attacked them.
You didn't think to ask.
Lufta was the only member that is my employee that returned to me.
So, surely you would ask him why your other 2 ranchers were killed, especially during a season when hands are difficult to spare.
Lufta was not present.
I don't understand. Not present during the attack?
Your lack of familiarity with how the ranch operates is painfully obvious and is wasting my time. But no, the cook does not typically travel directly with the ranch hands because the food is a distraction to the cattle. They arrive later in the day for each meal, and then they lag behind to prepare for the next one.
So he was the cook during the drive and is the cook currently.
That's correct. Those are the things that I've told you.
Your attitude is not going to help our investigation go any faster if we are bothering you.
Let's go
I'm the
talk
one
to
paying
somebody
you-
useful.
I'm the one paying your billet, so if you have questions that aren't going to waste my time, you're free to ask them, but I am busy. Be precise, have what you want to know in mind, and I will do my best to provide that information.
So Lufta was not present during the attack, hence his survival.
That's correct.
Okay.
Then why? I'm sorry. You lost 2 others under your employ.
3.
Why were they present but Lufta wasn't?
Because Lufta was following after he would have been like lagging behind the party. So he would have been traveling alone, like maybe a few hours back, and then he would have come across the scene of carnage. That's my understanding.
I would
anyway.
like to speak to this Lufta.
Well, unfortunately, you birds aren't permitted anywhere other than the ranch grounds, but I will send for him and ask that he meet you at your camp.
Perhaps have him bring parchment so that we may write down specific questions to ask you, should we think of them.
Perfectly amenable. I'll arrange it.
That's a good idea, actually. 'Cause if we go and prepare and come back, we'll probably get more if we can, so we're not just like grasping at straws.
Esty, if you're looking at Gila, you'll see that her eyes are starting to gray over.
Well, I think we've wasted enough of your time for the moment. I think that we will probably bother you again later today or perhaps even tomorrow, but we're going to get out of your hair for now, and we apologize for that. And I'm going to grab Hila's
Doppler
wrist
effect on a growl.
and try to drag her away. Be like, send Lufta back to our camp, please, at your earliest convenience.
He'll give you a grunt as he goes to hammering out whatever it was that he was working on at the anvil. So back to Val and Das, who are approaching the home. So a servant is going to basically break out of the door quickly and scurry to the gate to catch you before you step on the grounds, waving her hands frantically. And she'll say, no. You aren't permitted on the grounds.
Look. Is the lady of the house available right now?
You speak of Justinia?
Yes.
She is indisposed, but I can pass along a message.
Pass along a message that says Valentina and Dalathas would like to meet with her to discuss the contract that we are currently undertaking on the behalf of this ranch, and at her invitation we would like to essentially take her up on the offer she previously made.
She's gonna cut you off, like kind of towards the end of what you're saying, and she's gonna look you both up and down, and she's like, "This one is Valentina.
Yes.
You may come with me. You, Gray Elf, can return to whatever business you have to attend to."
I will just look at the servant and just be like, "Excuse me?" And like fully like digging around in my satchel and pull out my my pedigree of nobility. Just be like, "Do you know what this is?"
Do you like show her the seal or anything?
Yeah.
Oh, so her face is gonna drop, and she's gonna be like, "I am." She'll bow deeply, and she's like, "I am so sorry. We had no indication whatsoever that there were members of the royal family or of nobility working with the birds. Yes, you are both more than welcome to enter, but please, my lord, please wait." And let me notify the lady of your arrival. She was only expecting Valentina.
I will nod. Just say, given the circumstances, that is understandable.
She's gonna like bow several times while walking backwards, each time begging pardon.
I'll just look to Val and say, "I hate doing that. It's so unbecoming."
It does seem a little high horse.
I completely agree with you. However, when dealing with people who have mounted horses upon horses, sometimes you have to get up on one yourself.
So the servant will return a few moments later and say, "The lady is prepared to meet you both." She'll escort you inside. And so you're actually not even going into the main house. You're going into a house that's like built onto the main house, which is like a tea room, an in-law home. But even that is bedecked and very nice. And Doss, like you'll recognize that the things that are here are things that people who are nobles have. It's not just like fancy stuff. It's like there is some regal trappings in what is basically like an in-law home. And you'll find Justinia sitting at a table, a very fine table, sipping at some tea, pinky out, and she's going to kind of cut her eyes over to the both of you and say, I was not aware that there was a member of nobility amongst your party.
Excuse me, where's the French accent?
I haven't made her like, I'm not quoting her yet.
Yeah. I'll just look to her and say, I apologize. That is my discrepancy for not being forthcoming. It is not something that I typically like to lord over others or, but given the circumstances, I felt it necessary that you know.
She'll nod and indicate for you both to have a seat.
I'll sit down.
We'll be sitting down to tea time and like metal breastplate.
It's what you chose to wear, so.
I suppose. All right. Clank into the chair.
You will forgive the intrusion. I was not expecting to have two guests here, but Miss Valentina, I had intended to have a more casual conversation with you.
I do not
Hopefully-
believe casual would be much of issue.
I just want to be clear that I had not intended to talk business, and my inclination and natural instinct is that with you and the elf here, Monsieur Lord Naldarai, that it would be more of a business-themed conversation.
Well, look, I do not want to intrude, and I'm sure you have many questions for Valentina. We simply have a couple things we would like to discuss, and then I will take my leave and allow you two to discuss whatever it is you wish to discuss.
Very well. I find this is agreeable with me.
Perfect. Yeah, so I guess we will cut to the chase then. We came here, of course, to fulfill this contract. We just find ourselves lacking in information. When it comes to the ranch hands, is there anything out of the ordinary or extraneous about the order for these cattle to be taken that you could be aware of?
Ann handles the hiring of the rancheros, and it is his decision who goes on which drives and the handing of the orders. I am just here as foreman of the ranch and a bit of an auditor, if I may be so bold as to give that information. But no.
The workers who were chosen for this particular job, were they all veterans? Were any new hires?
My understanding is that two of the three were veterans and one was new to the ranch.
Would you have name of that employee?
New one? I could look it up for you, but I do not know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I suppose we shall be forthcoming. Our concern is there may be meddling. It seems awfully non-typical to have this kind of targeted attack, so we would prefer not to go in blind.
Rustlers are not uncommon, especially not this time of year when it is most beneficial and easy enough to write off. But if you suspect that there's foul play or more at play than perhaps just rustlers looking to make a quick bit of gold, then I would be more than happy to give any information that I have.
Regarding the purchase of these organs, was there anything unusual about the agreement? Was it an exceptionally high or exceptionally low price that was given, or business as usual? Would you...
As I recall from the order form, it's a standard order for the royal family. As I am sure, not trade secrets so much, but Gorgon blood must be liberally applied every so often, once per season, in order to keep the effect active.
Of course. So this is a run that happens quite frequently, then you could say.
And annually, at least.
Okay. And are you aware of any changes possibly from the other side? Any changes within the person who was placing the order, or people who were managing the business side of things, perhaps?
It's not so primitive that we receive our orders in person. No, the message was standard. It had the royal seal. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The only problem, as I understand it, is just the number of ants, which again is why we had initially requested the birds, the hatchlings that the Baron sent.
Speaking of Baron, I spoke with some members of House of Justice in his region, and they mentioned that patrol was sent out about month and a half ago.
Out of it.
Was this any strange occurrence?
There were suspicious characters acting near some of the wards on the borders of their property, but justice members say they find nothing, so wards are intact, no problems.
Okay. Something completely out of the blue, but perhaps you remember. Do you happen to remember on the day that this happened if there was any unusual weather, or even perhaps what cycle the moon was in by any chance?
As GM, I'm wondering where that question is coming from.
I mean, I would be aware lycanthropes exist, right?
I don't think so. We had rolled for that.
Yeah, I thought that was more specific knowledge, but yeah, okay. If we're gonna roll that I don't, then that's okay.
But didn't oh gosh, what was his name?
Pendar.
Thank you, Pendar. I'm sorry, I was trying to look it up in my notes. Didn't Pendar say something about the phase of the moon when we were talking to him? Like it was oh gosh. It was the big bright moon. That's what he said specifically. He said it was a big bright moon, like a full moon.
So Josiah, we did roll in here with DOS. You had asked because you were looking for or whether or not you would know information about lycanthropes. I think for the purpose of determining whether or not you guys needed silvered weapons or anything.
Yeah.
And the roll flubbed.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. If we're operating under the assumption that I don't know any of that, then that's fine. Then redact that. Rest of the question still stands though. If there was anything unnatural going on, anything.
Well,
blue dust in
I.
the sky.
Oh, okay. Hey, okay. That's So we did not speak with the hatchlings so much after the attack, and unfortunately, our man, who is a survivor, did not see anything. So, carnage is as it was described to us.
Did he happen to describe if the bodies left behind had been partially consumed, or is it impossible to tell, would you say?
You are asking a man to describe the state of murder of his close friends and longtime companions? I do not think it would be appropriate. But
Fair
I
enough.
believe that you as birds can forego some of these social niceties and ask him such things.
Perhaps we will do so.
Also, I mean, again, Pindar did describe kind of what they did, but nobody's brought it up.
Yeah.
I can read my notes if people want. They're pretty not terrible.
Okay. Well, do we have any other questions for her?
None off the top of my head related to.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will thank her. Thank you so
Uh,
much.
There's one more thing that she'll add. She'll say that she recommended renting or purchasing Warforged to help the ranch with the shortage of workers, but both Han and Kustine shot that down. And so she just kind of shrugs and says that she expects that there will be more bird hires in the not too distant future.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you so much for answering our questions. You've been most helpful, and I will just finish my tea and then get up, give her a nod.
It is
And-
my pleasure to host a bit of class. It's been a long time since someone of your stature has been anywhere near this ranch.
Well, perhaps maybe I will come back and visit someday if we are able to get your
Of course,
cattle, make sure your business gets back on track here.
Under less strenuous circumstances, I think it would be nice to sit down and maybe have a drink and talk about some of the nicer things in life that are not present here.
I will bring a bottle of my family's finest wine for such an occasion.
She'll kind of do a little bit of an excited clap and say, "Oh, that would be most wonderful. I will see if I can get something from my home as well."
Perfect. We'll have a real cultural exchange.
Of course.
And I will just, again, give her a bit of a nod, just say thank you so much. I will leave you to your discussions and
The same
skedaddle on
servant.
out of there.
Yeah, the same servant from before. She's got like a glorious like mane of hair. Is going to be the one who escorts you out, and she's so apologetic and just like continues to bow and be like, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. And please, I hope you can forgive me. You go ahead.
On the way out, I will just look at her and say, it is okay that you did not realize I was a noble. What is not okay is the way that you treated me because of who I am. And then I will leave.
She's left like open mouthed. She didn't have a response to that. So I actually wanted to go ahead and say that this is a good opportunity to take a quick break before we have tea time with Val. So if anybody needs to get a drink, stretch their legs, use the restroom or whatever, then we'll go ahead and take 10.
Perfect. It's gonna take me a second to reset up our music chat, so let's maybe call it 12 if that's okay. 12 minutes.
Yeah.
12
So we'll be back on 40.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, that's
All
fine.
right, chat, hang tight. We'll be right back.
Come back. Cool beans. All right. So I believe we were leaving off with tea time with Val. Alternatively, we can go ahead and jump to the next step, which would be speaking with the rancheros. Specifically, I think you guys were going to meet with Lufta.
Yes.
Do you have a preference for which of those two things happens first?
No. I don't, anyway.
Well, in that case, let's go ahead and go with tea time since I still have my voice right into that. So, as Das is escorted out by the servant of Justinia, she'll just kind of like, you'll see that she'll like uncross her legs and lean forward, elbows on the table, and say, "So, Valentina, you are a human. You speak like a dwarf. It would indicate to me that you are not from this Minoan monarchy and perhaps not even Onala. Is that correct?"
It is correct, yes.
So tell me, as a fellow homesick, far from home person, what is your home like?
Grew up in a small village called Matas Murman. It is a bit north of Kaliningrad. It is I would say, dwarf settlement. It is primarily dwarves, but common is not the spoken tongue.
I see. And she'll nod knowingly. Yeah. How long have you been away from home?
It has been quite a long time. I have settled down in the city.
What brings you so far from your homeland down in Arilon?
Had opportunity to, let's call it, do good. Circumstances have changed. But made new home, started family, and now I do work like this.
Do good, you say. So you would noble art is what you have. A common phrase, a noble art. You have family here in Minoan? They settled?
My family did not come along.
I understand your struggle being so far from home, away from family. My children are nearly grown now. Not able to find time to purchase transportation back home to see them more than once or twice a year since coming here. So I feel for you. It's so far from home.
It is something I have learned to accept. I may be far from original home, yes, but I started family here, have children who expect me. I get by.
Children of your own, no? Are they grown or still small?
The oldest is 7 now, I believe. Younger one is 5.
You must forgive if I have offended in some way. You humans so hard to tell your age. We humans so hard to tell. Sometimes.
I forget sometimes that others happen to live much longer.
It is an envious thing. Monsieur Han, so long lived. 5 centuries. He has been with Sirange.
It is quite a long time. It is difficult to put in perspective.
I agree. As I grow older myself, I grow more and more concerned with short lifespan. Quite envious of the old man and his cowboy ways, knowing he has many years remaining in front of him, despite being elderly. Monsieur Custine, not so fortunate, growing much older, it seems. Age has not been kind to him. Of course, losing not one or two, but three wives are gone from Monsieur Custine, along with none of his children seem to remain close, growing more distant over time.
Does he not have plans to give ranch to his children?
When I first arrived, Zeb seemed to be on speaking terms with at least a couple of them, but I have not seen or heard any correspondence coming or going in almost 3 years. Monsieur Custine had 8 children at one point in time. I believe the intent was to leave to the oldest, but unfortunately there was a terrible accident, and the oldest is no longer with us, and 2 more of the children next in line was gone missing, likely off in some sort of adventure like you birds, and those the remaining 5 not so interested in their father's business, perhaps not so interested in their father. Not anymore.
This sentiment I can understand. I left my home to pursue my own interests. I suppose does that not concern you as work here, what future may hold for you?
I am second daughter in noble family. Unless some terrible accident happened to my sister, then I am. This is the best life I could hope for, I think. My family has invested significant resources into the ranch, and perhaps if Monsieur Custine's children do not return, then Han and I will run the place when he is gone, or perhaps Han will try to take from me, or vice versa. Perhaps I will play the card of we have put the money in and kept the ranch afloat, and so it should go to me. Of course, my great aunt, second lady of Lafleur noble family, Custine's late second wife. So one could make the argument, but it's not truly an interest of mine. To speak honestly, I would love nothing more than to return home, be married to a fellow rich noble man, and continue to raise my children.
So what is it that keeps you here then?
Obligation to family.
Suppose that is fair.
Let's just say, if I were to leave my duties here, perhaps the money would not flow so easily.
I suppose it is not my place to pry.
Oh, please, it is tea time. You may ask me your questions. It is for fun, to reminisce about home.
Val's
Suppose,
gonna pick up the tiny teacup in her gauntleted hand. Take a sip.
An interesting choice of garment you have worn to tea time. I suppose I should have expected that birds, especially justice birds, are more interested in business. So, if you have questions for me about the contract, the quests you're on, I could do my best to answer them, but to tell you truthfully, more interested in knowing about what it is like here. Someone, I've been here maybe 10 years, 1 decade. Not much Zirage, a bit in Menorem. That is all.
I had expected that we would be going out today. Hence the garment.
Is but
Well,
lunchtime. Plenty of time left to go out and business, yeah?
It takes a while to put on and take off. It is just easier to deal with in the morning.
Understandable. And she'll gesture to her face. This is not some easy task taking no time. A different sort of armor.
Suppose that is true, yes. I suppose it was also out of courtesy. Many do find wounds I carry unpleasant.
Just look at you and shrug. Say, we all carry our wounds in different ways. Physical, emotional, otherwise. I have a few scars of my own.
Val's gonna pull off one of the gauntlets
Mm-hmm.
and just like her forearms are covered in a bunch of different scars.
She'll raise her eyebrows in surprise. That is quite a tapestry you wear.
It
Yeah,
is constant reminder. Each one of these means I was able to protect someone.
You have shared something private with me. I shall share something with you as well. And but you must tell no one. And she'll reach up and she'll take a finger like heavily smudged to get some of the makeup off, and you'll see that like down the side of her face, basically down her jawline from her ear, is this big, nasty, thick scar.
You have accident with the bull?
Good call, Mabel, yes. She'll do a little bit of a servant clap, and one of the girls will come over and immediately start powdering her face again.
I suppose we all have our best. But we must do
Oui.
what we must to move on.
I get the sense, Miss Valentina, that tea time is not something you are used to. And so if you are uncomfortable or you have finished your tea, you may be excused. But I have enjoyed your company. And I am here to answer your questions. I would like this contract to be resolved quickly, as Gustein's health is fading, and I do not wish to leave him in any undue stress. It's not good for him.
We would very much like to be done as well.
With tea
shall
time
offer-
or the contract?
The contract. The intent is to hopefully head home once it is complete. So I am very much in best interest to be done as soon as possible.
As I said before, anything that you think I can help with, just ask. I think this has been enjoyable enough. You and your noble friend, I would say you have access to the guest house here. You may call on me at any point.
It is appreciated, and I apologize I am not familiar with pleasantries of tea time.
The shrug. So be it. It's a nice drink, but all formality and cloak and dagger, bit of deception. That is the intrigue and fun of tea time. And if only one is playing the game, is not so fun. So enjoy your drink. Think of your questions and return to your compatriots.
I do hope we will not need to bother you further. And she'll finish the cup of tea and place it down.
Justinia will shrug and recross her legs and pick her teacup back up and continue to drink. And I say, I will be here for the remainder of the day. If something comes to you, just ask.
We'll be sure to do so. Again, thank you.
So she'll have one of the other servants escort you out. Actually, probably just the same one. And this one, she's not so apologetic to you because she didn't insult you, as far as she knows. And so she'll just like take you to the edge of the property and say, I heard Miss Lafleur has granted you and the noble elf access to the guest home. So I'll make sure that the rest of the serving staff are aware of this. You shouldn't encounter any more difficulties.
It is appreciated. And I would be careful to avoid making judgment at first sight in future.
Same expression as when Doss left, just kind of no response, mouth open, like, well, yep, got me there. So in the time that Val is having tea time, short though it may have been, we can say that likely Esperna, Grim, Gila, and perhaps eventually Doss are going to be working on tracking down Lufta. He's not super hard to find, or since he was literally sent to you with paper. But you guys like maybe had a few minutes to explore around the ranch, see that there are ranch hands everywhere, but in terms of like actual rancheros or people who drive the cattle, there are really only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 rancheros, other than Han himself. So very short staffed. So yeah, you'll have Lufta arriving at camp, and since he is going to camp, we'll say Dosser is probably going to arrive about midway into this conversation.
Actually, before we go talk to Lufta, I would probably wonder if we could wait for Doss and Val to join us, like just occupy our time.
Well, he was sent to you, so it's not like do you want to be like, oh no, we don't want to talk to you yet?
No.
You can just make polite conversation and save the hard hitting questions for after if you want. But also, feel free to get started. I'm sure you guys are more than capable.
All right. Well, we can go ahead and jump in, I suppose.
All right. So Lufta is an older gentleman. I'd say like maybe in his 40s. A little bit of salt and pepper, and he just wears a sadness about him. But he'll arrive at the camp, take his hat off, nod to each of you and say, "Mr. Han, let me know that you had requested me, along with some parchment here."
Hila just looks at Espy.
All right, I would say thank you for coming. I'd take the parchment and I dig around in my bag for some of my calligrapher's gears to take notes or write down questions that we might have for Mr. Han for later.
Sure.
So, Lufta, how long have you been working here at the ranch?
About 20 years.
You like the work?
Solid enough. My mouth is full. I've got a place to sleep. I don't have much to worry about.
Except for being petrified, obviously.
It's once you know the work, it's not so much of a risk.
Perhaps you could show us. I don't want to turn to stone.
Well, so long as you're not frustrating the cattle, they're not likely to attempt to do that.
Any small advices?
Don't stress the animals out.
Right. What stresses the animals out?
Well, I imagine they don't like being yelled at too loudly. They don't like being whipped. And they can get a little bit ornery when they don't want to go in the direction that you want them to go in. But for the most part, just, be gentle.
So, but pay's obviously good enough to keep you on for so many years.
Oh. Mr. Kustine and his family have been good to me. And it's not like, where's a ranch hand with my specialties going to find work after 20 years?
Fair enough. Especially with all the other local farms closing down, huh?
You're right.
Surprised, though. I mean, how come more folks don't come from those ranches to work for Mr. Kustine if he pays so well?
Well, it used to be more. I come here from a place called Mathis Bluff, about 3 days, maybe 4 days west. Used to be a little village between there and here, but actually, just forget I said anything. I must have misremembered. I'm pretty sure that it's just, we've got the Lucrata problem, and, as you said, other farms are shutting down, and obviously the war is going on. Just not as many free hands.
So, you're on cooking duty, I understand.
Most times, yeah.
Most times, I thought the duties rotated.
They do, but my vision has started to go. Han finds it best that I'm typically involved in work that doesn't use my eyes as often.
Well, did Mr. Han tell you why we wanted to speak with you today?
He did, and if you'll pardon the expression, I ain't no idiot. Your birds, we had a little bit of an issue lately, and there went the contract. You're not the first group of birds to come through the ranch, and you're not even... I can't even count on both hands the number of times that we've seen birds come through here the last 20 years.
Well, we don't need to jump in it too quick, but we may as well, I suppose. How long ago did y'all leave on the drive?
About a month.
A month. I thought, by what we were told, about 2 weeks.
Talk about the drive to Minahome or the one before it?
We were told there was only one drive this season.
Minahome.
And the other? The one before it?
Down to Aldous.
So the one to Aldous was about a month ago. And the one to Menahoem was...
Been about 2 weeks.
But the one to Aldous was undisturbed?
No, not undisturbed. We lost a couple of head of cattle, but nothing outside of the norm.
So you
Just
lost
that time
the
of year.
cattle to Lucrata or accidents, that kind of thing?
Couple to Lucrata. There were a couple to... I'm not sure if you're familiar with the trail going down to Aldous, but you've got the option of following the main river, or you can go around, what was that, Shield Lake, and take the smaller river that way. But if you do that, you're going through the cliffs.
What path
But
did y'all
no.
take? Around the one around Shield Lake?
No, we went the main river. It's much faster.
Main river.
The problem started at the pass, because that's where the wyverns spend a lot of their time this time of year. Going past High Watch is never an easy jog anyway.
How do y'all keep the wyverns from attacking the ranch directly, with so few hands?
Well, for fear of spilling company secrets, all I can tell you is that Gustein and his family still use the old ways and the old wards.
The wards.
I know old magics. Dungs. Mushrooms.
I think it's a little bit older than dungs and mushrooms, miss.
Ferns.
Ancient magics.
That about do it, yeah. Ancient. At least as far as our lifespans are concerned. Old Han, not nearly so much for him.
So, the drive to Aldous. How many men and how many cattle were on that drive?
About 20 and 20 cattle, about 10 men.
Seems like a lot of men compared to the four of you that went out to on the Menahome drive. What happened?
What was left? Once we got down to all this, eight of the guys decided that that's where they wanted to end their season.
So you only returned with, gosh, must have been just you and one other person, huh?
That's right.
Who was the one that returned with you?
He's not with us anymore. He went with me to Menahome and didn't make it.
How come? I mean, 8 out of 10. That's a lot. Why would so many want to stay in Aldous?
Oh, Han can be a bit of a hard ass, especially this time of year. He gets on the best of nerves. You could be a saint, and you'd still find a reason to want to backhand him. But he does his job, and he does it incredibly well. So.
So, you and this other fella come back. Next thing you know, you got to go out on another drive to Menahome. Short-staffed, couple of annoying birds tagging along. You get out there, maybe what, a 2-3 days worth of travel? How long?
We were maybe 2 days out.
Now, you'll forgive me, because I'm not familiar with how the ranch works so well, but you were following along behind everyone, because you had the food wagon, yes?
Right?
How far back do you have to travel from the main group in order to not rustle up the cattle?
Couple hours.
Couple hours? So not within sight of the other group.
I was about an hour or two behind the train after doing my foraging for the night meal. I didn't see nothing except the 2 birds, that hulking fellow, Pendar, carrying the other one over his shoulder like he weren't nothing but a sack of oats, covered in stinking blood. Sorry, Hila what?
Swoons a little when you say that he was carrying a dude like it was nothing.
I didn't get a good look at anything. Took the bird's word for it when they said we needed to turn around and ride like the hells had opened up. They said it was a massacre.
So you didn't actually see the place that was attacked?
Look, I didn't have a death wish.
So
When you
didn't
ride
see the carnage.
No, when you ride out with birds, 4 of them, and one of them comes back covered in the blood of his friend and the other one's not conscious and says the other 2 are gone, it's not exactly, like you want to be like, no, let me go look. No, I turned around.
I'm not pointing fingers, I just want to know the facts.
And yet we can't get no respect. Yee.
Look, I know the ranch told the guild that there weren't no survivors, and that's pretty much true. I wasn't there when the attack started. Honestly, I just regret I didn't have a chance to die with my friends the way I ought to have.
It can be arranged. We're going back.
That's not your
Anyone
your
want to play
fault,
Dungeons
Lifta.
and Dragons for the next quadrillion years?
And I'm sure your friends knew your loyalty to them. And
He cooks, SB.
Hila, what do you mean?
Come with us. Show us where to go. And keep our bellies full.
So, Lufta, you obviously have been around the ranch for a long time. You know the routes clearly very well between the various places where you drive the cattle. How would you feel about coming with us to show us the route that your friends and you had taken on that drive?
That ain't my decision.
Right, I'm going to scribble a little note here out of ask Hans to let Lufta go.
Who? Han. Not Hans.
Ask Han to let Lufta go on search party. Right. Out of character, at what point is Das gonna come in on this conversation?
Now it's fine.
Oh, perfect. You're already speaking with the chef, or the cook, or the whatever. I don't know what your title is. Learn anything interesting?
Lufta, this is the very learned Das. He's with us. Pardon his manners.
I was just wondering, did you happen to see the bodies of the other rancheros that were slain, or no?
As I was just finishing up telling your friend here, no, I did not. I was about an hour behind the train. What I did see were the two birds, that big hulk of a fellow carrying the other one, both covered in stinking blood. They said it was time to get, so we got.
Fair enough. No further questions from me.
Was he carrying the hammer?
Sorry, miss.
The hammer, was he carrying it in the other hand?
To tell you the truth, I didn't get a great look, and I've already said my eyesight's not the best.
Hila, he had the hammer with him in the bar, so he must have been carrying it back with him, clearly.
Well, not necessarily. He could have purchased the hammer in town after the event.
Shut
of the
up!
thing.
I like, not even, my face doesn't move. I just push you. Like, by the face.
I mean, I'm just saying. You guys do have object permanence. Like...
Grim would like to ask the cook about the magic that he mentioned before. That old magic that you just mentioned before. Is that just to keep out the wyverns, or is there more? Does that magic do more?
I mean, it's all a little bit above me, but as far as I understand it, the wards are the old way of keeping the land in check, and keeping any sort of creatures that might wish you ill will and ill harm in check. And as I believe you, sir, experienced yourself this morning, to keep any unwanted visitors out.
Mm-hmm. Sure did. Fun. With my background, would I know what that type of magic is, or that kind of old magic?
Your background, like your character background, or are you talking about
No,
like your class?
Sorry, my class background.
You can make an Arcana check. That was not covered in your studies at the academy. Or if it was, you weren't paying attention.
Definitely was not. Okay.
Because look, Kustines have been in this region since the Sundering and Convalescence, and it's why they prefer to maintain the ancient wards around the ranch rather than opting for more modern means of protection.
Well, elves, am I right?
Mr. Kustine isn't an elf.
Well, with a lifespan that long,
How long?
well, I heard tell he was with the ranch over 500 years.
Sure you're not mixing him up with Han?
Oh no, you're right. I am. Never mind. I'm sorry. Redacted. My apologies.
Oh, Han, I don't know if he's got a family anymore, but Mr. Mutsukeshi, some 6 generations ago joined the rant. But that's a story I'm likely to get in trouble if I'm doing the telling myself.
What kind of trouble? Like, what's the worst that could happen?
Well, you don't want to get on Han's bad side. He handpicks which rancheros go on which drives and have which duties. He's, well, you get on his bad side, you end up shoveling shit. Honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't make no never mind to me. I get paid the same, but it is less exciting to be an old man shoveling shit than taking the trail and preparing the meals.
What if you got paid a little bit more?
Sorry?
If you... What's this? I'll just say it outright. I'm not a bird. To tell the story, how much would you take?
Are you offering to compensate me for Han's ire? Is that what I'm hearing?
How much would that be?
Look, friend, it's not about money. It's about quality of life. And as I get older, I'll tell you right now, if Han finds out, he's going to stick me on shit duty. And the worst part of that, no, it's not the shit. It's having to work closer to that old knife, which is probably why most of the rancheros are so eager to get on the trail.
Let me ask you a question. Was anyone who was out that day on Han's bad side?
Suppose every rancher here has been on Han's bad side at one point in time, but maybe the new guy? I couldn't tell you.
It just seems odd that he would send out so few to do a job that's normally done by so many more.
Yeah, and that's why we had the birds.
Not very good ones, though. Besides Pandar, of course.
Who was this new individual?
New hire.
Was this his first time out?
Would have been his first, that's right.
Do you know where he came from?
No, I can't say I rightly do. Showed up maybe 2-3 months ago. Mr. Han took a liking to him, it seemed, as he put him on trail duty, at least trail training almost immediately. And he didn't go with us to Aldous, but Mr. Han said he was ready to go as soon as we got back to Menahoem.
And he was also slain, correct?
He was.
Does he have a name?
Virat.
And was Virat a human?
It's an awfully strange question, miss, but yes. Most of the ranchers here are human. A few halflings come through. Obviously, Mr. Han's an elf himself.
He didn't happen to mention where he came from by any chance, did he?
I can't say I ever had a chance to ask him.
Fair enough. Well, I think we need to have a little conversation with Mr. Han and then maybe see if he can tell us any more information.
You don't need anything else from me. I'm going to go ahead and get back to work.
We'll
May we
take
call
those.
on you again if we have more questions.
Bugs. Not going anywhere.
Those masks and that parchment.
Well, he handed you the parchment. Yeah, I guess he would have brought 3 masks with him as well.
Awesome.
We would automatically hand 2 to Grim and tell him 8 hours of usage only. Don't pop the seal until we say so.
Right. Okay. I'm terrified.
And then, much in the same way that I did with Das in Pond Frog, I will pat his shoulder and be like, "It's okay. You'll get used to it. I'll buy you a drink later."
You
Only
won't.
2.
You won't get used to it.
As he's walking away from the group, he'll turn around and take his hat off again. He says, "Look, if you're intended to go talk to Han, well, you might want to talk to Yura. You might want to talk to Max. But if you ask me, you're not going to get much help out of Tosca, Whisk, Nibs, or Hal."
Noted. Thank you.
Sorry, was that Whips or Wibs?
Whisk.
Whisk. Wow.
Thank you.
He'll doff his hat and give you a ma'am.
Okay. Well, something's going on. That's for sure.
They want us to die.
They don't want us to die. It's not in their best interest for us to die.
Someone wants us to die. But I mean, I guess that's a given at pretty much any moment.
They won't give us anything to work with. It's a deadly mission.
They have secrets.
They want us to die. They want the
They
Baron
want-
to stop sending people.
Well, I say we talk to this Yura and this Max person.
First, we should write down very specific questions.
I have several.
Around this point, Val would have showed back up, I think.
We fill her in on what happened and what was said and what we learned.
I shall do the same about my odd interaction.
She wanted you to
Interesting.
lie to her. She wanted you to
About
gossip
what?
with her?
Sounds an awful lot like old ladies gossiping over tea to me.
I'm
These
embarrassed
We
are-
to
had
be a
these 2
human
old ladies who would
sometimes.
come into the bakery every morning and just shoot the shit and talk shit about people in the village.
These are pleasantries I am not familiar with.
Tea time is an arena of its own.
Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to go talk to Yura and Max? Get a little
Yes.
more info before we approach Han again?
That's what the cook seems to think we should do, and I'm inclined to believe him.
Okay.
There's no harm, at least, in speaking to them before we approach Han. The worst thing that can happen is they end up being useless.
You'll find both Yura and Max are currently working with horses. They are happy to lean against the wall for a little bit and chat with you. You'll notice that as you do so, they'll continually kind of look around to make sure that Han hasn't appeared. And so, like, when another rancher shows up, they'll quickly jump back to looking like they were busy while they're talking to you. But otherwise, they're free.
Okay.
Max and Yura are both like noticeably younger than Lufta is.
I mean, I would start. I guess we should ask them, or whoever wants to do it, about how long they've been working here.
Max will let you know he's been here about 4 seasons, but he only works in the autumn. He actually lives in Black River. And so he comes out here to help for the season to make a little bit of extra money for his family. This is Yura's first season. He is a young lad.
Okay. And have either of you two been on many cattle drives?
Max says that he's been on several in his 4 seasons. Yura shakes his head, says no.
I take it that means that Han hasn't taken a liking to you then.
Well, he's an old hard ass. Tell you the truth, he likes to play favorites. Guess I just rub him the wrong way.
Well, we heard that. What was his name? Ratthis?
What? Virat.
Ah, Virat. I really just focused on the rat. Which, by the sounds of it, he may have been if he was one of Han's favorites. What was it about the new guy that Han seemed to like so much?
Virat?
Yeah.
He was very quick with the yes sirs and the yes Hans and the hop to its. Look, ain't nothing wrong with having a good work ethic, but the work's gonna get done whether or not you do it immediately or you do it an hour later. So don't seem to have the drive to get it done like he did. And I tell you right now, Han really likes it when you jump and he snaps.
Interesting. And nothing happened prior to him sending them out that maybe would have changed that opinion of Virat?
There's something you're implying, mister?
How did Virat get on Han's bad side?
I don't think he was on his bad side.
Seems awful dangerous for him to take a drive to Menaholam when he's so green.
It's kind of what we all want, miss. That's the good pay.
Did Virat ever mention to any of you guys while you were working or doing whatever that where he happened to be from?
Tell you the truth, sir, Virat spent most of his time with Hal and Tosca and Whisk.
So, I understand that when you get on Han's bad side, he assigns you shit duty.
Literally, yes.
Literally, yes. But we were also told that that means working closer with Hans. Why would Hans work?
Why
shit
do you
duty?
keep adding an S to his name?
Because Justinia did, and that's how I wrote it down, and so I'm having to go through my notes and correct it in every single instance that I've written down. And so I keep glancing over.
And Control H is find and replace. Anyway.
So Han, no S.
Han, no S.
Yeah. Usually just means that he supervises you a bit closer.
So he doesn't actually, literally work with shit.
Han? No. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine being 500 years old and shoveling shit?
I can't imagine being 100 years old and shoveling shit. Or any years old, for that matter.
I'll tell you what Lufta told us. This place would fall apart if not for Han, especially in the last 10 years or so. I haven't been here that long. This is Max speaking, and Yura just got here, but anybody who's here can plainly see that man knows this ranch better than anyone, probably better than Zeb. He's the one that keeps the trade relationships alive and trains all the new rancheros. So
He's the one that keeps the trade relationships alive.
yes, I mean, especially the last 10 years or so. So Zeb's health started failing. Took a steep nosedive. At least is the way we've been told.
What happened, really? I mean, I guess you guys probably don't see him too often, but what illness was it that caused him to...
I mean,
Recluse.
most recently he was gored by one of the bulls.
That would do it?
I think he's just his age is catching up to him.
When did the goring happen? You said it was recent.
About 3 or 4 days ago.
What happened? Just random freak accident?
Yeah, he agitated one of the bulls. It turned his head and caught him. Actually, Euro was there with him. It's he obviously does a little bit of ribbing. He's like, it's obviously his fault since he was the one who was holding the lead.
The lead. What does that mean?
Well, when you're taking the bull from one place to another, usually you've got him on a lead, and so it's the leader, the person in the front. They're the one holding the lead. They're the one keeping the attention of the bull, while whoever else is usually nearby, making sure that they stay on the path. And since this was Yura's first time as a lead, Mr. Kustein was awfully close, making sure he was doing it right.
And Yura agitated the bull.
No, Zeb did.
How did he agitate the bull?
Anyone want to play Dungeons
Oh, he
and
slapped
Dragons
it
for
on the
next
ass.
quadrillion years?
Why?
So that Yura would be able to get the experience of dealing with an agitated bull.
That kind of backfired, I
It
guess.
did
now,
not
didn't
go
it?
well.
He's lucky.
You can see
he
at this
still
point,
pumped
Yura is
blood.
like head in hands, looking down, just like, oh fuck.
Well,
Yura, hopefully you didn't receive any kind of punishment for this.
He shakes his head no. He says, no. Mr. Kustein's been nothing but apologetic. He says it's his own fault and they ought not feel bad for it.
And you saw him get gored. You saw blood and viscera.
What are you implying?
I'm just
Yes,
asking.
I've told you I was leading the bull. It turned his head and gored him. But are you asking if I close my eyes?
Yeah! Did you see him get gored?
Yes.
Okay.
Question for me. Hello. Have you?
Oh
talked
my
to Zeb?
goodness, I didn't see you there.
Yes, I am short. I get it. Have you talked to Zeb since? Have you actually physically? Have you seen him? Is he
Yeah.
around?
I mean, he's in the main house, but Han
He's just cool that you're the reason he got gored. He's cool with that. It's not weird.
I feel like I'm asking this question a lot. What are you implying? No, he's like I said, he apologized to me. Told me not to feel bad.
Would you say that he's a nice man, good boss?
Absolutely. The man's nearing his 80s and still working the ranch with his own hands. At least as often as his health allows.
Sounds like some boss. Right.
I don't think that there is a single task on this ranch that Zeb would ask somebody to do that he wouldn't do himself.
Good to know.
when was the last time anybody saw him?
Well, Han has a daily meeting with him, as does Justinia. I saw him just a couple days ago, right after the accident.
Okay. No further questions from me.
Did he
Does-
warn you that he was gonna slap the bull on the ass?
Oh,
He just did.
Luft says he does that with every ranch hand. You could tell that this line of questions is making him incredibly uncomfortable because he obviously feels very guilty.
Mm-hmm.
As you should.
That's so mean.
Out of character, if I had someone responsible that gore, I'd be so pissed off. That's just me, but okay, sorry. Just venting.
Well, I suppose we should talk to Han, unless
Ah.
anyone.
I have one more question. So, Kustein agitates the bull. He gets gored. How did you get the bull under control?
I pulled on the lead like I was supposed to in the first place.
All right. I guess no further questions. I mean, I could
Moving
keep
on
poking and
to-
prodding, but I don't know how much is left even there. So
Yeah, I think.
Moving on
that's
to
probably-
different question,
Yeah.
since you seem to be uncomfortable here. There was incident about a month ago. House of Justice had to respond to issue. Some people were around ranch.
You'd need to talk to Han about that, I think.
These guys wouldn't have just been around when something potentially went down.
They kind of shared a glance before he responded.
So they're not willing to share information potentially.
That might be the gut feeling, yeah.
Hmm.
I get the impression that everyone here is very frightened of this Han individual, or more realistically, they are frightened of shoveling shit for the next amount of their foreseeable future. Maybe both.
He is very small. I could crush him for you.
They look at each other and they look at you, and they both just wide-eyed shake their head no very slowly.
I don't like him very much. It would be no trouble.
They continue to shake their head with wide eyes.
So, one more question. We understand that Han uses the old ways with wards and things of that nature to protect the ranch.
You mean Kustein?
Yeah. You keep confusing the two.
Well, I thought that.
Han just works
Never
here.
mind. Well, I thought that. But
I follow. I
My
would have
notes!
worded it exactly the way Susanna did. Because he's the one that's in charge of putting those
Yeah.
up. He's the one that came and got us when somebody tried to teleport in. He's
And
the one
didn't-
that's placing the wards.
and Han responded to the House of Justice like the thing they were good. They had to check out with the wards to do the thing.
And he's old.
I'm with you, Susanna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is your question?
I well, now I don't have a question. I feel like it's irrelevant.
Ask the question and find out.
Han is the old one. Han is over 500 years old, right?
Yeah.
Han is responsible for maintaining the wards for the ranch, right?
Are you asking that question?
Yes.
No.
No. Kustein is responsible for maintaining the wards to the ring.
No.
Who
Kustein,
maintains?
Kustein hires mages from the House of Magic.
Now we're getting
There we go.
somewhere. And you all thought I was crazy.
I didn't.
Okay.
I had your back.
I know. Like, thank you so much. I thought I was losing my mind. Okay. So he hires mages from the House of Magic to maintain the wards.
That's right.
Kustein does.
Yes.
Do you know how often they come to check on the wards?
Once a season?
Once a season, so once a year.
No. Once a season.
So 4 times a year.
Presumably, since Max is only here in the autumn and Yura hasn't even been here a full year yet.
Oh, okay. Anybody else follow-up questions?
No.
Don't think so.
So Tahan,
Unless anyone
No,
has
no.
anything else to say.
I have so many more questions though. Like,
Go
I just
nuts.
don't know. I just don't know that they would know. You know, they haven't been there that long. It might be more like Lufta questions. So I guess, yeah, we can go to Hans. That's fine.
Han.
Han, not Hans.
Think
with an
Star
S.
Wars.
Just one.
just remember he's a high elf. They're based in Japanese, so Hans is a German name.
Right.
All right. So you'll find Han once again attending to various small tasks, and just like last time, he doesn't really stop. He's just like walk and talk.
Okay. If nobody else wants to jump in, I've got a list.
Go for it.
Okay. First off, I don't even know where to start. My list is so long. Okay. When we spoke to you earlier, we asked you what you knew about the attack. What we really meant was we had been told that the hands had been attacked by a woman who was a twig of a woman, and suddenly she was a bear-like monster.
He takes a moment, swallows, looks at you. Says, "That's preposterous. The Moon Touch blood curse was eradicated from this continent in the Great Crusade of Convalescence 392. But I'm not surprised that the rumor exists, given Madame Lafleur and what is whispered about her family."
What is whispered about her family?
I'm just an old ranch hand. It's not my place to gossip.
It's not gossip if your hands are being attacked by creatures said to be these moon-touched, blood-cursed persons.
Are you implying that Madame Lafleur is attacking my ranch hands?
We're not ruling anything out.
I think that's wise and fair.
What is the moon-touched blood curse?
We're not supposed to speak of it, but it is a blood affliction that once upon a time, many centuries ago, was said to have rendered man to beast.
Centuries ago, so you would remember when it used to do this.
Actually, it was before my time, but my father did fight in that crusade.
And it was eradicated, presumably?
Yes,
How?
with fire and blood.
too vague.
You burned them.
We killed them, you daft halfling.
Daftling.
My eyes go gray. I stand.
gonna-
I step in between Lufta and Espy, and I say, "You want to come again?"
I'm gonna pat her on the shoulder and try to like hold her back and be like, it's fine, it's not that bad, it's cool, we're cool, everybody's cool.
See, mister, the way people are talking around here, it's important that we're very clear because our lives are on the line. And we're not getting much. So we're going to ask specific questions, and you're not going to treat women as nice as her like they're stupid. And her eyes go back to normal.
If your brute's done talking, I suggest you go to the location of the attack and do the job you were hired to do, rather than wasting our time asking all these questions.
We'll decide what questions are a waste of time.
He shrugs. You have 2 weeks.
So, you would say that these people, potentially affected with a curse of some kind, they are enemies of the ranch, yes?
This was over 800 years ago.
That was a yes or no question.
It was over 800 years ago, and it is no longer relevant. The curse was eradicated.
I would like to know how they're so certain that they killed all that were afflicted with the curse. There
Well,
may be a valid answer to that, but I would like to hear it if there is.
the curse originated not far from here, and it was a crusade led by my people, which eradicated all living members of the village.
Seeing as how your people tend to have such good people skills, I'm going to have you answer the question.
Oh my god, you guys, I think I solved the mystery. Out of character. I don't say that out loud. Out of character, I think I solved the mystery. I think I know what happened. But continue, please. I'm gonna take notes.
How could they be sure that they slew every individual in that village? Is it not possible that one of them got away to pass this curse along?
He's going to look you up and down. He's going to say, "You're a magic user. I would expect you would be familiar with the concept of scrying or tracking magic.
Of course.
It's a simple matter of applying that in a larger degree to make sure that there are none of the painted around."
That's true. And satisfactory. There are ways to circumvent such things, but that is reaching levels of conjecture.
You know, your large woman did bring up a valid point, and you know, I should apologize for my curtness, but things are quite busy around here, given the circumstances. But you didn't hear this from me or anybody at this ranch, but the LaFleur family is said to fraternize with the inhabitants of Shinsha, perhaps more than they should.
Now that's very interesting.
And you have reason to distrust Justinia
Not at all.
or her
You arrived
family.
here again, not at all. They have provided a significant amount of financial support to the ranch, especially in our moments of dire need. Master Kustein's second wife was indeed the second-born daughter of that family. And Justinia herself has been here 10 years, and we've seen unprecedented success financially since her arrival. With the exception of, well, some of the more unfortunate claims.
Okay. And one other quick question, just regarding this whole blood curse thing. How is it that your ancestors managed to dispatch these creatures?
I was being quite literal with fire and blood, but a bit of magic mixed with the blade seems to do the trick.
Any specific magics?
Oh,
Very well. It is unlikely that this should become relevant, but call it scholarly curiosity mixed with excessive caution.
understandable. The long-lived tend to be that way. And I can also tell you, if magic won't suffice, then a bit of silver on the blade also does the trick.
Okay. Out of character. I fucking knew it. In character. Understood. Perhaps we may seek out some modifications before we venture further.
I'm baffled, says Han, that it seems that you're very fixated on this idea that there are man beasts attacking our rancheros to steal our cattle.
Well, given what we know, as I said, we are not ruling anything out.
Speaking of which, we understand that Lufta was from an old village that wasn't too far from here, a place called Mathis Bluff.
Yep, still here, 3 days west.
Well, I heard that the village wasn't there anymore. Is it still there or is it not?
It's still there.
Still there. Is it in ruins?
Nope.
3 days
If
west
you-
of here.
If you don't mind wasting the 6 days, you could head out there yourself, but I don't think that's where you're going to find your rustlers. Frankly, I
Perhaps-
don't see how that's relevant to your contract.
Perhaps something for after the contract is done to follow up, because it is likely, based on what we've heard, that either this is some ancient curse come back to haunt the living, or perhaps someone attempting to disguise themselves as such. In either case, it is relevant, if not pertinent, potentially. But I do agree that going to such a place might exhaust time that we currently don't have.
There was incident about a month ago. Call was put into Baron and he sent his men over to find someone. Were there people trying to attack ranch?
We had reason to believe that there were parties attempting to tamper with some of the wards.
Disgruntled employees or competition?
Not likely employees, as I couldn't tell you in the many years I've been here the number of them that would have any inclination whatsoever as to what to do with a ward. But if you think that there may have been some connection with the rustlers and those that maybe attempted to tamper with the wards, I'd be happy to give you the report. More realistically, we had a mage out here from the House of Magic who took a look at the wards, said that there was nothing wrong, and we pay them very good money for just such that appraisal, and ever since we haven't had any other trouble.
I look over at Grim. Like, no trouble with the wards and people trying to teleporting inside, you say?
Do you say that?
Yes.
He just shrugs and says he was caught, wasn't he?
He
That
was
may
caught.
be fault of his own.
And also, not killed.
Thankfully.
You said that that was by mistake, if I'm not
Oh.
mistaken.
No, just that he was fortunate that he didn't trigger the lethal response. It's not automatic. The wards are a little bit more sophisticated despite their age.
With my medical background, would I know what it would take to tamper with the wards?
Well, you didn't even know what the wards were. So
Good point. Damn.
maybe not without seeing them.
Yeah. Okay. My good man, Han. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
I point at my bandolier pouch with the House of Magic
Mhm.
crest. As a representative of the House of Magic, would I be able to check these so-called wards that you have?
While the attempt is appreciated, I have to let you know that the members that we allow to look at our wards are highly vetted. And to tell you the truth, I don't even know your name.
Yeah, never mind about that. Okay, good try.
If I'm not mistaken, last session I did a roll to see if I knew what wards they were talking about, which was successful. Would I possibly know that? Like what it might take to tamper with them?
You've probably never seen one before.
Fair enough.
So if you got a chance to take a look at it, then you could both
Same.
roll to see if maybe you knew what was going on there. So Han is gonna look around and be like, "Look, I am firmly of the belief that you will find much greater success in dealing with the rustlers if you look for the rustlers." And while I appreciate your thoroughness in asking the number of questions that you have, we did hire you to take care of the rustlers, so not so much solve all the problems of Kustine Ranch.
Was Virat a problem of Kustine Ranch?
Problem? No.
So you were sorry that Virat died.
I'm sorry to lose any employee.
That's not what I asked.
Certainly you can understand that being long-lived such that I am, growing attached to the rather short lifespan of human beings is frivolous, nonsensical. Virat was a ranch hand. I sorely needed one. His passing is missed in the same way that when a tool breaks down, you are sorry.
So do elves just not keep dogs or Gila
No.
lists?
Why would we keep
Pleasure to
dogs?
meet you.
Like, Esperna just looks like mortified, like,
Let me ask you something, Esperna. If you had a dog, and comparatively to your lifespan, it died every week, would you keep dogs? I didn't think so.
Esperna looks shamed and like wilts a little bit.
Yeah,
Man's
imagine
best
your dog
friend.
died every month.
Yeah.
Esperna wilts some more.
Back
They're
to
nice.
matter
They're
at
sweet.
hand.
They love you.
And then they die, and
They
it's
bring
terrible, and
joy.
you should never buy a 10-year-old elf boy a dog because it's just gonna die by the time he's 50.
You had a dog live for 40 years? What the
I don't remember. 40 years, 2 weeks. It's hard to
Jesus
tell.
Val had a point. Val, what were you saying?
The area where attack happened, I know hands are short, but would there be anyone to spare to lead us down the route that is usually taken.
I'd rather not have you getting lost on the trail. That would kind of defeat the purpose of the fee that we've paid to the guild, so I would absolutely be willing to spare one of my men to escort you.
Would you be willing to spare Lufta?
Why would you want that old cowhand whose vision is going?
He's the only one who remembers, or rather, not remembers, but was specifically there when he was following the trail, and he's been around for 20 years, so he must know the trail well that they would have taken.
Also, our meals have been satisfactory.
Look, if you really want Lufta, you can have him. But I can tell you now that as his vision goes, so do his other senses. Tends to happen with you humans. I think you'd be better off with any of my other ranch hands, save maybe Yura. I would not take Yura.
I believe it would be best to go with your recommendation.
A wise decision. I would be happy to send one of my men with you. When would you like to travel to the location?
We're on day 4?
5.
I think so.
Is it 5?
I thought it was.
Oh, it's
day
5.
4.
I thought it was 4 also.
I thought this was
Uh,
like midday 5.
1, 2,
Maybe it is only 4.
5. I have 5 tick marks.
I have 2 days on the road,
And 1 day at
one
the
day
ranch.
at the ranch, and now this is day 4.
Oh, then you're right.
Wait, yeah, absolutely.
This is midday 4.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
So we still have time.
Can anybody think of a tactful way, out of character, to ask why he didn't tell us about the Aldous drive, or do you guys think that it's important, or we should just like...
I feel like even if we do ask him, he's just gonna say he didn't think it was relevant.
Well,
Yeah,
it
right,
may
it's
not.
just their
Honestly,
work.
it may not be relevant. It's just an example of
Yeah.
the ranch hands deserting the ranch prior to. It's just another reason, like
Well,
another
like
example
how
of
that
them being
other guy just
short-staffed.
works seasonally.
I also
Yeah.
want to
They've
say
been on the same deal.
he doesn't respond well to tact. He responds well to when I threaten him.
Or being very direct. Yes,
Direct, yeah.
direct is better. Yeah. Maybe Gila should ask that question.
What exact question did you want her to ask?
I just, I feel like I'm missing something, and I was hoping that it was in like the Aldous drive, like. But I really
how
can't
about
even
this?
think of
Like,
what any information
well,
that's there.
Well, why don't we have a moment to air the group's thoughts, like out of character?
Sure.
Just kind of talk through what you're thinking and see if maybe that helps you find a thread that you want to pull on.
Okay.
Here's my game theory. I think that the blood curse is not as extinguished as this dude thinks it is. And I think that they are fucking with this branch specifically because there is an elf who works here that is the direct lineage of the people who genocided them.
I
Yes.
also think that. Does anybody else have in their notes that that Lufta said that his Mathis Bluff was gone? Because I have it that there used to be a village, Mathis
does ring a
Bluff,
bell.
where he was from. It used to be a village there, but it's not anymore. That
Roll a
because of-
d20.
Oh God. I'm. Fuck.
Okay. Okay.
Damn it. Okay. So anyway, in my notes it says that the Lucrata were a problem, and the war was a problem, and people just aren't coming from other farms, and that's why it's just like. But I have that Mathis Bluff used to be there from Lufta, but Han is saying that it's still there. And so I feel like maybe this village that was wiped out because of the blood curse wasn't really wiped out.
I kind of interpreted that as meaning like the residents were killed, but the village itself probably still is there as like a ghost town.
Like it ruins or something.
Yeah.
And so it's still there.
Like it exists, there's no one that lives there anymore. Was how I interpreted that.
Well, I mean, that's...
I mean, we could ask them straight up, do people still live there?
Do people still... Is it a ghost town? Is it ruins? Has it been purged by blood and fire and silver weapons?
The answer might surprise you. Watch to the end.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm willing to drop the Aldous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
To
worst thing
drop
you can
it,
say-
or for me to say something to him?
I mean, we can say something. I just don't know what to ask specifically because I feel like my answers were pretty...
All right.
Well, let's do a round table since not everybody voiced their opinion. So I think we've heard from Susanna, we've heard from Josiah. Doxy, if you had anything more you wanted to add to it, by all
My
means,
opinion was spoken.
okay. Then Rumble and Camus, what are you thinking?
I think it's weird that Zeb. I don't know. It feels like it's weird. I don't know. I can't explain it. So never mind.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly valid thread to pull on.
I
man-
want to see him.
Yeah.
That's
The
all.
man-
I just
the-
want to see that he's there. Sorry.
Sure. No. I was going to say the man owns the ranch, and supposedly still works around here. So I think it's perfectly fine to want to talk to the man who supposed to be running the place.
Yeah, that's it. I just feel like we've talked to Justinia, Han, the cook, all the other people, bar the guy who actually owns it. It's weird, it's fishy. Something's not right.
Also, something I think that's worth mentioning is that Justinia and Han seem to be kind of in this contentious relationship, and she has said that, like, if he were to die, like, it's unclear who the ranch would fall to, which, I mean, this whole thing could be a play by her if she actually is associated with these blood-cursed folks in a way to drive him off. Or it could be
The other way
him
around.
using it as a thing to say blame her for the fact that this is happening because of these rumors that exist. So if the rumors are true, it could be her tactic. If they're not true, it could be his tactic kind of playing on them.
Like
But
maybe
what would
he
be the point
staged
of
it.
self-destructing if you're trying to take over afterwards?
Because there's a power, like...
Yeah. Like,
disparity,
I see what you're saying,
right?
yeah.
Like there's two people that are vying for power, and they each want to make the other look bad, or one wants to make the other look bad. It's just up to us to figure out which one's which.
I think that the tactic there, if that is what he is doing, is, as he said himself, he only views these people literally as tools, and since he lives a very long time, he's happy to play the long con, even if it takes a decade or more. And that is a game that not everyone else can play, so...
Right, but we also know from the hint that Justinia dropped that she's not necessarily human.
That's true.
So
Yeah.
his long con may be fouled up by the fact that she doesn't necessarily have a short lifespan like other humans do.
Also true.
And
It's
we
also
don't
possible
know-
that he doesn't know that.
It would absolutely. It's possible he doesn't know. It's possible that she is human, and it was just like a
Language barrier
knows?
thing or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Which is a
Who
great
knows?
question to ask him.
Yeah.
About her and any other rumors, and see if he says anything about her not being a human.
Right.
Who, Han?
Yeah.
He already told you guys so Shinsha is the capital city, the only major city of the shifters, the shifter race.
Oh, okay.
And the Lafleur fraternize with the Shinsha.
So the
Right.
Lonsola oligarchy isn't on the map because you guys weren't from that continent, but it's basically in that little valley there next to the cliffs where Shinsha is,
Cool.
near the gate of the abyss.
And what is the lifespan of shifters?
Not super long. I think it's like human, maybe a little less than human.
Okay.
So it's theoretically possible that she is herself a shifter.
Yeah.
It's also
She's a
theoretic
shifter. Why is she caking on so much makeup?
to hide the scar from where.
Well, I think
Right,
you're
but,
conflating
like-
shifter with changeling.
Oh, I am. That's right. Shifters are the animal people.
There's a lot to chew on here.
Here's a
Yeah,
question.
there is.
Yeah.
Here's a
Uh,
question
Shift
for
for the
Val.
asshole.
When Val saw that scar, was she able to tell how fresh it looked?
It's
If
old.
it can be
Okay.
covered by makeup, it's likely very old. Yeah.
So shifters, this is out of character knowledge, but they rarely live to be more than 70, so shorter than humans.
Hmm.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say there's some fuckery going on here. I think it's also pretty safe to say that it's one of the two of them, or maybe both, that is up to some shenanigans. We don't know what's going on with old Zebby. And here's a thought. Wait, never mind. I was thinking of changelings again. But even so, like, these two are also the only two people who really have direct access to him.
So what if he's dead, but they're both lying?
Exactly.
Yes.
Because they're afraid of the other taking control.
The only thing is that people have seen him, but have they heard him talk?
They haven't seen him
They
for
saw
3
him
days.
several days ago.
And we just got a brand new sneaky boy. And they won't let us see him.
I think we
Alright.
should rest here for the night and you go try to look in through a window.
Well,
Mhm.
I trust you guys to hash it out. I
Bang,
have to
ba-bang,
hit the
bang,
ladies'
bang,
room
bang,
real quick,
bang.
but I will be right back. So y'all
Sure.
keep doing what you're
That's
doing.
that's the plan that I vote for.
I can
And that
cast
Gila would
invisibility
vote
on
for
you.
too, honestly.
Oof.
I can make you invisible.
I've got a little spider boy that I can look through as well.
Oh, that's way better. Do that for sure. Do the thing that costs us less resources. So let me rephrase that. I can make you invisible one time ever until I learn that spell.
Oh, okay, shit. Yeah, let's do
Because
that.
it's one of the bark spells that I actually have prepared.
Oh, that's fucking dope. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's an option if that's what we want to do.
I
So-
think
So
it's at
one
least
question that
worth
we
doing to rule it out.
glossed over is he asked when we wanted to head to the site. Do we want to do that tomorrow?
I think like first light tomorrow.
Hmm.
Well, I
So
guess
give us
we don't know how far away it is.
true. How far away is it?
Couple of days.
Couple of days. So, we I think leaving at first light is a good idea. Maximize our daylight while we're traveling, and that gives us a chance to let Camus do his sneaky thing, and also anyone who has resources left to recharge that do so on a short rest can do so, I guess. I don't think that's
No.
anyone.
When you say couple of days, is that 2 days?
Couple of days, depending on the weather, and I mean, it's not like you have a GPS leading you straight there.
I'm concerned about the timing getting there, but we may just have to deal.
Yeah, I think it is very much a deal or no deal situation in which our only choice is deal. um,
So while you were gone, we decided that we were probably going to head out first light to head to the site.
Okay.
and
Did we
tonight
just-
Camus is going to use this sneaky boy to look at Zeb's maybe corpse or lack thereof, or physical presence that is still totally alive.
Maybe.
Awesome. Did we decide whether or not we were taking Lufta or one of the other ranch hands with us?
I'm curious to know who he wants to send with us.
We did ask for his recommendation.
You did.
Yeah, but we can change our minds because we're birds and we're like that.
Mallory's happy with that. Sorry, Doxy is happy with that. Gila would not be. Gila wants the chef.
I don't know. I feel like since he's been around so long, there's some value there.
Also,
and we
he
can
knows
ask
where to
him-
go.
But he's
Yeah.
also going blind, so we could take a wrong turn
He's
and then lose.
literally decaying.
Well,
Is
could-
Doss's take anyway.
I mean, to an elf, a 40-year-old human is basically decrepit.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Put him in a home.
Fucking put him
Yep.
in a body bag, dude.
jeez.
Zip him up. Get him out of here. Just like my old dog.
Oh, Jesus.
God. Well, we could always, you know, take a younger hand and just ask Lifton more questions when we get back. If anything still remains unclear.
Agreed. Also, do we have the means within this place to apply some silver to the edge of weapons?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do that before we go. They have a
Specifically-
forge here.
For you guys, I mean, for the magic-y people, it doesn't really matter, but for you guys, that's going to be a horrible time if it actually does turn out to be lycanthropes / blood cursed, because you will just not be able to do anything.
Well, I think the question is where are we getting the silver?
How many silver coins do you have?
Well, I have 51 in my inventory, but
I've got
something
4.
tells me that a ranch is not a bank and you cannot just exchange.
But
No.
it is a
For silver
wealthy
coins.
ranch that I'm sure they'd be willing to do that for. Like, I'm sure that they have silver that we can buy from them. They're wealthy.
We can ask.
Mm.
We can certainly ask.
If they don't have silver coins, then surely they have silver items that can be
Maybe.
melted down.
Yeah, they could have candelabras and shit.
Yeah.
We can ask. That's something we'll just have to ask. And if the answer is no, then there's nothing we can really do about it.
I'll spare you the hassle and let you know that they're gonna ask for justification.
Which means that we're gonna have to tell them that we are implying that there are the blood cursed people, and they're gonna get all uppity
Not
because
necessarily. We just have to tell them that we're worried it could involve monstrous creatures that can only be cut with silver. We don't have to specifically say it's a blood curse. They might infer that, but they also might not want to bring that up. But who knows?
Good point.
We don't have to say specifically what we're thinking, just that there are many monstrosities that can only be cut with silver. And it could be one of them. Real tea time stuff.
Well, the fact that we were told that it was like hitting a brick wall with normal weapons tells me that we need something special. Our idea is silver. And we will pay
Yeah.
for the silver that they provide to us.
yeah, it's a good point.
Because a situation where Espy and I are the only two who can actually do damage is hellish. And like, we'll do it, but it's not going to be a good
It's
time.
not gonna be pretty. People will die.
Yeah.
Oh
Factual.
dear.
So, it sounds like the plan is to have Grim attempt to sleuth some information tonight, and then tomorrow you guys leave to go to the location.
Well, if we attain the silver, then it's likely I'm gonna need to try and apply that silver.
To my
Right. So, I mean,
fire
it's still like midday. So
We
like
could-
I again, I'll tell you now that whoever you go to, and it's going to be Han because he's going to be the one who can authorize it, and ask for silver. He's going to be like, "Why do you need it?" And you're going to say, "Because monsters." And he's going to say, like, "What proof do you have that you need our silver?" Like,
And then
what
we're
proof
gonna
do you have of
slam
these
down
monsters?
gold coins and say, "Take it or leave it." Right? Like, we'll pay you for it. What's it
feel
to
like
you if it
Han-
might help us?
I feel like he wouldn't give a shit though.
I
know?
was thinking I could try to use some of that human guilt from the handmaid and be like, look, you know what
Get
you can
some
do that might make
free
things better.
silver.
Well, if you're trying to get the ranch's silver from Han, then somebody's going to need to try to negotiate with him. Because
I
if
mean-
if you don't, like, if you're not coming to him and saying, "Look, here's a piece of a creature we fought and I'm trying to cut it," and it's like, trying to cut steak with a butter knife.
Yeah, I would basically try to lay that argument out to him in the most logical way possible and just be like, look, this is what we're trying to achieve. We are concerned, whether it's this blood curse nonsense or not, that we may encounter creatures that cannot be cut by regular means. And
We were
If-
also given a first-hand witness statement that their weapons didn't work on whatever they attacked.
yes, and also basically just the absolute worst thing that could possibly happen is they break even in terms of wealth, and we don't need it. However,
So his response to that, to stop you before you go any further, is it's not about wealth. Silver is a resource in many ways, especially at a ranch. It's purifying. It's used in the various decorations. It's used in various tools for other things. And he's like, look, you can buy silver, and we can buy silver, but if you buy our silver, we won't have any silver until the next time we have an opportunity to go and purchase some. We're not a silver mine. Like, out of character, their shop doesn't replenish every 24 hours.
fair enough.
To which
So-
I would implore him to argue that we have 2 weeks. He has no timelines.
True.
It's actually a really sound argument.
Also, if it helps sweeten the deal, I would offer to exchange a service for something that they use as a service. Specifically for him, if he has anything that he needs an arcane lock that literally only he can ever open made, I can do that for him.
Ooh, maybe don't offer
So-
him that if we're
so
investigating him for being a big fat fucking lying murderous motherfucker.
Anyway, so I'll absolutely offer him that.
Oh my god.
Okay, roll negotiation, and
no.
you can use intelligence.
That is a 20 total.
So he's reluctant and he doesn't want to do it. And he's like, look, you're right. I don't have a timeline, but I will have to organize I'll have to have Justinia organize a trip to go and acquire more silver because we use it regularly. But you have a salient point, and I'm absolutely going to take you up on your offer of arcane lock. So yes, we would be willing, if not happy, to provide you with the silver necessary to coat your weapons. I mean, I think even actually, let me look because I believe Grim has a solid perception to actually add you to the party because you're not. Oh no, your perception is not super great. I guess Esperna is probably the only one who would have noticed then. So obviously, Han wears a weapon himself. It is katana, and it does have a little bit of a glint of silver to it. So it's not like he's unfamiliar with the concept. But he'll let you know that you can purchase it from them at cost, and that their forges would be available. But he tells you you can't have my ranch hands until after the workday is done.
Fair enough. We won't need him till tomorrow morning anyways.
Well, if you're gonna silver your weapons, you'll need them.
Right. Okay. Of course. Oh,
Anything else from anybody?
I guess what does he want locked?
He says he'll bring it to you at a later date.
Copy that.
Here's hoping we survive.
He shrugs.
Han, I did have a question out of, call it personal curiosity. You have been around for quite some time and your family is from region. How do you find yourself working at ranch for so long,
Oh.
especially?
My family isn't part of the region anymore. Your people saw to that. But it's a long story.
I suppose
If you
we
want,
have time. We are not leaving till morning.
make a negotiation check. Okay. He's like, look, you guys have been at me all day. if this is what it takes, sure, I'll tell you, and then you can go and do the things you need to do, and I will go and do my job, and you will go and do your job, and then both of our jobs will be complete, and then I'll never see you again, and it'll be wonderful. So 6 generations ago, Ornell Kustein and I were business partners. I may have taken out an advance of my stock, I guess you could say, my stake in the ranch as business partners. And unfortunately, my venture went very sour, and I found myself in debt to Ornell. And my solution to that problem, knowing, of course, the human lifespan, was to offer my services to him. Unfortunately for me, Ornell is a rather shrewd negotiator and found a way to work it so that I am in debt to Kustein Ranch, not Ornell Kustein. Thankfully, over the generations and centuries, the Kusteins have seen fit to allow me to be more than just a bed servant to the Kusteins, and now I see to day-to-day operations and practically run this place. The tragedy of Zeb's children seeming to show no interest in continuing their father's work and abandoning him may be a bit of a blessing for me.
We found a vendetta, boys.
Hmm?
We found a vendetta, boys.
Nice.
So you look to continue working here even after debt is paid?
After 500 years, this ranch is my life. Family that I had were pushed off of this continent. Those that are surviving, I am so far detached from by this point that I don't think I would belong if I were to attempt to return to Okazaratna. So yes, I would like to stay and resume work here, and have been working diligently with Justinia over the last few months to try and reach Zeb's children in an attempt to keep this place running.
Would you two take over in event of Kustein passing?
Madame Lafleur and I see very differently in regards of matters of business, and find it best to have the level head of a Kustein to stay between us.
I could crush her for you if you like.
Birds and violence. It is a marriage older than time itself.
I could scare her for you if you like.
And what would the purpose of that be? I don't have her head for numbers. I believe I already mentioned that since her arrival some 10 years ago, we have been doing much better, aside from, again, a few select isolated incidents.
Then perhaps her way of doing business is better.
How much longer will you be indebted to the ranch? I mean,
So long as this
surely you've
ranch is
paid it
headed
off
by
by
a
now.
Kustine. So long as this ranch is headed by a Kustine, I am bound by honor, amongst other things, to work here.
So you haven't done anything to hinder the search for Zeb's children in the hopes of bringing them back to the ranch.
Even if I wanted to, I am both physically and mentally incapable of doing anything that I would perceive as harmful to the future of the ranch.
Sounds like you've got a bit of a obligation there, much like I do.
He'll
Do you
kind of.
find the return of Zeb's children to the ranch as harmful to the ranch?
I'm sorry. Why would having a head Kustine ranch be harmful to the ranch?
Well, I mean, they don't have any interest in the ranch. You do. You might think you could run it better than them.
My efforts have been in earnest to find Zeb's children. Also feel for Zeb, having known him his entire life. To see him lose his children in such a way.
Is he genuinely sad?
Make an insight check. About as sad as he could be. Like it's not that he cares about the human life, it's that there is some form of emotional bond between him and Zeb. Like maybe like Zeb is a pet almost. Like that's about the level of regard he holds for him. And so it's like he's sad that his dog lost her puppies.
The Kustines aren't considered nobility, right?
No.
So
They're wealthy enough that they could buy their way in if they wanted, but actually that is a conversation topic that you could have with Justinia, most likely, or maybe even Han.
Well, we should probably note out of character that we know someone is stealing noble persons because Morris was
Mhm.
stolen
Oh, yeah, that's so true.
from the royal family, so it is entirely possible that his children were in fact stolen.
And it's not just Morris. You guys do know that there were other high-ranking nobility and other.
So they aren't necessarily nobility by birth, but if they had bought a title of some kind, which they may have done, or in fact even inherited if they were the sons and daughters of women from noble houses who had married Zeb, they could have been stolen by this slave trade thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's also possible that these kidnappings aren't even tied directly to a noble title per se, but just people in positions of power, regardless of their status on paper.
as a question to Han, Justinia arrived approximately 10 years ago. What were the circumstances that prompted her arrival?
You would be best speaking with her about those, or Zeb himself, but specifically, she was sent here by the Lonsola oligarchy and her family, the Lafleurs, as an auditor.
Does that mean that the ranch was in debt at the time?
No, but there were some claims of credibility and stock quality that were raised.
You, as a person who has been working here for so long, do you believe these claims accurate?
Not at all. There is a reason that Kustein Ranch is the largest and oldest and most survived Gorgon Ranch.
Why did she stay on? If
Zeb
she
took
was
a
just here
liking-
to be an auditor.
Zeb took a liking to her, and she proved to be a more than capable. Can't think of. Foreman. Out of character, if you guys don't have any immediate questions, we can call session here and pick back up with the sneaky bits, the blacksmithing, and the heading off to the location of the attack on next session.
Sounds good.
Yeah, agree.
Sorry, I hate to cut it when we're in the middle of something, but I am fading because I think I'm getting sick. So like
It was also just 4 hours of interrogations, so
Yes.
I can understand.
The last hour I've just been hot.
Mhm.
Like I have this little pink spray bottle full of water, and it was full, and it's like halfway empty.
Oh no. Hello, thank you for the raid. We're ending. I'll send you
Yeah, I
somewhere
know.
fun though.
Oh my classic Twitch.
Yeah.
But since we're calling it here, like I think we have a solid plan for next time. Obviously you guys will need to sort out silvering your weapons with your purchased silver. We'll also have to work out the cost of it. If I remember correctly, it's 100 gold to silver a weapon.
Yeah.
And so it'll be 100 gold for each weapon that you need to silver. Then obviously we will need to work on Grimm's sneaky bits to see if he can discern the well-being and status of Zeb Kustein, and then after that obviously it'll be on the road to actually try and maybe go track down your rustlers.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm not gonna silver my thwomp and stick.
That's fair.
You
I
don't-
think
you
that we
don't
should
need to.
No, yeah, if you set it to thwomp mode, you're fine.
Yeah.
I think we should do my dire mace and Val's sword, and if Grimm has no objections to silvering his bendy
Yeah,
scythe.
well-
Well, here's the thing: does it fuck up the masterwork at all?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, then yes. If you would like to be able to do damage, then I suggest
Yes,
you
please.
silver your weapon.
I don't have a whole lot of damage spells, so.
I'll skip the 100 gold to silver my ceremonial dagger that I never use.
You and me, we're gonna be. Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, we're just gonna be shooting guns. Finger
Alright,
guns,
does-
that is.
It was 4 hours of interrogation, but we survived. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns before we head out for the evening?
No, sir.
I'm questioned out.
Yeah,
Okay,
we just
yeah,
asked a
yeah,
bunch of those.
I'm sure there will be more questions to put into next week, but I'll just try to remember to write them down.
That I'm sure that we will spend a good amount of time tomorrow talking about it in the players' lounge.
Yeah, you guys will have at least a week, if not two. Okay, then with that being said, thank you everybody who came out tonight. Thank you for sticking with us through what some people might consider the most boring aspect of D&D, but I usually try to do my best to enjoy it, and I think I did. I don't mind being grilled. I think we can go ahead and hop right into the pimp your channel bit of the show. So let's once again, as usual, start with Josiah. Tell us about your YouTube channel and that funky little company you work for that makes a board game.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel called Dungeon Dad. It's on YouTube. If you search Dungeon Dad, you'll find all kinds of fun little videos about weird, cool, and obscure D&D monsters from previous editions of the game that I have updated to 5th edition. So if you like D&D monster history or just cool monsters or just D&D, that's the thing. Also, yeah, my little game company, you might have heard of it. It's called Hasbro. We are currently making Sorry 2. I'm just kidding. That's a lie. Arcanist Entertainment.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the name of it.
That's the name of our company. It's not just me, it is myself as well as Doxy, who you may have heard of before. She's on this channel sometimes. And
I have her on every once in a while.
Yeah, once in a while I invite her on for a little guest spot. And Ollie and William Nightcore Graham. And we are making a crazy cool tabletop miniature battle game that is very heavily inspired by D&D. And you can find that on Twitter under Arcanist Entertainment Inc. or on Twitch, where we're doing the most hellish Sims 4 stream that has ever desecrated this planet.
It's very gross.
That doesn't even begin to describe it. It's super uncool. Like, I'm dreading next week, TBH.
I can't fucking wait.
Yeah, well, that should tell you everything you need to know. Anyways, that's my channel / company pitch. I do have a Twitter. If you want to partake in my Let's Read of the New Testament, feel free to follow me on there for hot takes about Judas. Anyways, that's my whole pitch. Go ahead, whoever has to follow that up.
So, Doxy, this is your house that we're in, but I'm, obviously your viewer base knows about you, but if there's anything you wanted to pimp it.
Yeah, it would just be Arcanist stuff, but Josiah is a better talker than me, so I let him do all that.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
so, as they said, everybody who's interested in Arcanist Entertainment, just keep your eyes out so that you can finally get your hands on Sorry 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be big.
You've been pining for it. Don't pretend you haven't.
I mean, I have really been waiting for the highly anticipated sequel to everybody's favorite board game called, because the one I'm wanting to see is Don't Wake Mommy.
Oh, I was gonna say Don't Wake Daddy. Oh.
Anyway, Camus, if you've got anything you want to pimp it. If not, just tell us something fun about New Zealand.
Corona, 0 cases, multiple days in a row. It's
Fuck
very good.
yeah, bud.
Look at New Zealand being on top of shit. Also, you
Wearing
guys, like, your
those
prime
masks.
minister is like voted to be the most popular prime minister in like the last 90 years or some shit.
It's pretty good. Gotta say, it's
Oh,
pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah, it's good.
And Camus doesn't have a Twitter, so you don't get to know anything else about him. If you care about Camus, and you all should, then you have to come here and watch us play D&D so that you can hear him speak more.
You have to face westward and whisper his name into the wind as you crack a yew branch over your knee.
Well, really
Done. I
eastward,
can do
because of the rotation of the planet and him being in New Zealand. If you say it
Yeah.
westward, then it's gonna rotate past and he'll never get it.
You're right, you're right.
Yeah, those are the components for summon lesser
Camus.
Summon greater Camus.
Well, it
you
depends on
mean?
which version of him you're trying to summon.
What about just
All right,
Camus?
all right, Susanna, plant facts, go.
Plant facts, go. Okay. So, for those of you participating in No Mow May right now, thank you for not mowing your lawns and gardens and edges right now. That
Wait, hold
provides-
on. Are you implying that the millennials in chat have lawns to mow?
Is this my time to pimp plants, or am I being personally attacked right now?
Not-
Also, quick question: what is No Mo May? Because I think I've
Okay.
been participating in it and I didn't even know.
So No
Kill
Mow
your
May
grass.
is this movement right now, and it's mostly in the UK, but it's also spreading to like different countries as well. It's
I was been
like-
trying real hard for years, actually, because we have
Yes.
great prairie lands here.
So it's basically like No Shave November, except instead of manly scruffy beards, you're promoting sexiness for the environment by not mowing your lawns or edging or doing any kind of like cutting back during May to promote the naturalization of kind of like meadow plants. So like we traditionally thought of weeds
Yeah.
like red clover and yellow rattle, and like beautiful things that are wonderful for bees and moths and hoverflies and other pollinators out there. And you're just providing this huge burst of pollinator plants for them, like right when they need it, right before all the summer sexiness starts. And so, if you're participating in that, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love you and you're beautiful. But if
That's
you're
cool.
not participating in it, now is a great time to start looking at your containers and being a little bit ruthless and starting to rip out some of the annuals that are getting a little tired from the spring, and start thinking about your summer annuals that you need to start popping in fresh. Always popping fresh, babies. So
I fucking love you, Susanna.
that's plants.
I've been
There you go.
participating in No Mo May for years now, and I didn't even know.
Yay! No more May!
Kill
I
your
am
grass.
lazy. I am
Let your
lazy.
prairie fucking grow, boys. It's good for the bees.
Beautiful meadows all over.
The world is your garden, and they are your weeds.
Love
Oh
it.
my god.
Rumble, do you have anything?
The Blu-ray for Pro Mare came out yesterday. It's a phenomenal movie. People should go watch it.
You know what? I will second that. It is a good movie. It's
What
like
movie?
How do you spell
Oh.
that?
Promare. It is
Okay.
by Trigger Studios. It was good enough. I got a tattoo of it.
Very
Nice.
cool.
it's like Gundam and Gurren Lagann had a baby.
That sounds great. I was totally picturing a movie about racing female horses, but
Oh.
that sounds way cooler.
Yeah. Last, I guess I'll go. I do this. This is what I do. I run imagination games on somebody else's Twitch channel like once a week or once every other week. If you care about this and have enjoyed it and want more things like it, then you can also follow us on Twitter, Ritual Cast Show, and I will say when we're going live. And if I remember, and if everybody remembers, I'll even post the VODs so you can go watch them again and relive your favorite moments over and over and over again. Other than that, I don't do anything interesting and I don't know anything interesting, and that's all you need to know about me.
Beautiful. Okay, bye everyone. Love you.
Bye.